mistakes. So come and get it. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. So try your luck. Come and get it. Give me all you got. Come and get it. I only need one shot. So come and get it. So come and get it. So try your luck. Come and get it. Give me all you got. Come and get it. I only need one shot. So come and get it. So come and get it. So try your luck. So come and get it. Give me all you got. So come and get it. I only need one shot. So come and get it. So come and get it.
Well, there's no rest for the wicked here at Cowser, unfortunately for the likes of us, but fortunately for all of our lovely players, there's Overwatch to be played. The summer series just ended last weekend, and we're already back at it with more competitive Overwatch action. But this time, it's a little bit more of a fun jaunt into the land of the Ringmaster's return. Of course, if you don't know what this tournament is, welcome to Competitive Overwatch South Africa. This is now the second running of this particular tournament style. And basically how it works is you sign up with you, either by yourself or with a friend, and you play in this tournament. And each match, we've got a different gimmick that the teams have to contend with. Changes from match to match. Thankfully, they know beforehand what the gimmick will be, and we'll explain those as we get to them. But before we get to any of that, my name, of course, is Sun Phoenix. As you can see, you know me, you love me, you don't, I'm here nonetheless. But I'm joined by a new face. It is a player you'll be familiar with in terms of playstyle, if not in voice. So welcome to the casting booth, John Wack.
Hello. Yeah, no, as you said, going to be an interesting one. And not the usual competitive scene that we're used to. Going to be some shenanigans going on. Super excited to see it.
Yeah, I had a ton of fun casting this last year, and this year promises to be much the same. You are joining us kind of midway through the tournament here, but it is going to be, or midway through day one at least. But we do have two teams taking it up here. It is going to be Stage Hazards taking on Vanquish PR. What does the PR stand for? Who's to say? We'll find out one day. But let's take a look at the rosters. Let's start with, drum roll please, Stage Hazards. It is going to be Kurigari and Meiwaku on the DPS, Phoenix Cheers and as the tank, and Tira and Fairy as the supports. A few players you should be very familiar with here, John Wack.
Yeah, funnily enough, Kurigari, a member of Anomaly, my teammate, and his brother Meiwaku. What a brother, right?
Are they in?
Yeah.
I didn't know they were brothers. Actually, there's a lot of Anomaly here. You guys don't know this, but Terran is also running the production, so we are drowning in Anomaly players today.
Yeah, and Phoenix Tier, also a very prominent player in the community. We've seen a lot of their tank. I'm going to be interested to see the gameplay of the shenanigans. Tira, also a former Anomaly teammate on the main support, playing Brig. And then Cypher. I also played in the last Talent Cup with. Very fun player. Also super interesting, which plays her heroes. A lot of different main supports. She has a very vast hero pool.
Cool. So Tira and Cypher, I believe, are subs for this team, so might not see this lineup in the future, but this is what they have for this game. And their opponents are, of course, Vanquish PR. Ideas in chat for what the PR stands for. Solaris and Blur as your DPS. Well, we'll talk about that. Apricornicus as your tank, another interesting one. And Nevi and Fable as your supports. A lot of players on off roles here, John.
Yeah, dude. I know Blur, primarily a tank player, also an Anomaly coach or former coach. Interesting seeing him on the DPS. Solaris, a very good DPS. Very strong hit scan. Nevi, player I just got introduced to recently. Very fun player. And then the Mercy, Fable, how do you say that name?
Yeah, Fable.
Fable, yeah. I don't know Fable, I'll be interested to see their gameplay. A lot of Mercy players in this tournament.
Fable is the DPS player for Vanquish, right? So One of the
Really?
better DPS in the country is used to punching alongside the likes of Salmon for Vanquish. So a real scary player when he's got a gun in his hand. But we'll be hoping if he's playing a lot of the Mercy that we don't see much of the Gat. But a player like Fable, I suspect he's going to be doing damage no matter what role he's playing. Do we know our first map here? It looks like it is going to be Lijiang Tower to start things off here. And we do also know our first gimmick. What are we calling them? Gimmick feels like offensive. I'm not even sure what we should call them. But let's go with gimmick for the time being. And it is going to be role locked mystery hero. So for those of you who don't know, mystery heroes, every time you spawn, you get a brand new hero and it's locked to roles. So if you're playing support, you're guaranteed to get a support. So every death is an opportunity for something new. And it promises to be very, very interesting, John.
Yeah, the role look, I played my first game earlier today. This one was definitely the one that had the most shenanigans going on. Because at the start, right, it's normal. You know, you play in your comfort roles, you play in your picks, you play in the comp you want.
Mm-hmm.
But after the first team fight, everybody just on something they're off. Like you could get a Life Weaver, you could get a Brig, Life Weaver Mercy. Like maybe it gets tamed down a little bit with the role luck. Like you can't have 6 Junkrats, but still.
Yeah, this should be very interesting. They're called wild cards, by the way. I've just been informed. That's what we called them last year. That's a much better name than gimmicks. Normally, John, this is where we talk about what we might expect to see in the first map here. But obviously, with this particular wild card, there's really not much to choose here, and it's going to be a very, very dynamic setup here as we jump into Lijiang Tower. A hash versus G hash. It is, of course, Vanquish PR taking on the stage hazards. Quickly before we get started here, once the team names pop up, any predictions here in terms of the players we see? Who do you think is going to come out on top?
I mean, normally I'd go the Vanquish with the Blur on the tank, but him on DPS, this could be interesting. It's the Kurogari may work with DPS. I know they're going to have a lot of synergy because they play a lot of the game together, so they'll play well off each other. We've seen the Ball versus the Monkey, so a dive and a dive variant. So Ball looking to disrupt, and Monkey looking to isolate and kill.
Well, there we go, looking to isolate right now, jumping in aggressively, but Phoenix just punished up their Fable on what is apparently a support, but can do as good a DPS as anyone else, and immediately Vanquish, firing on all cylinders, a quick triple kill to secure the first team fight win. 4th down, I don't know where the last player is, but hopefully they're back in the safe towards spawn. But that's going to be it for the first team fight, Vanquish taking control.
And now we see the first fight, they're already off the Winston, now they're onto a Ball. They're already off the comfort roll, or they're already off. Luckily for the doubles in. Oh no, this poor ball.
Maywaku over the top onto Nevi. The headshot is too good, as you say, forcing the switches out here. Shall we call it great adaptation here from the players? But no, this is of course forced by the wildcard. Blur takes down another. Solaris picks up his second. The Tracer coming in clutches Blur. You've got to get kills on these players and force them off these heroes, but it's all pretty much perfect for Vanquish so far.
Yeah, no, Vanquish nicely keeping their comp, keeping what they want to play.
Yeah.
Punishing nicely. The Life Weaver carry with the Orisa, this should be interesting. Gonna be really tough trying to push past that bridge though. Not having that speed. Or having the ability to dive past.
Oh, Kurogari says, who needs speed when you've got tree trunks that you can fire across map? He finds Nevi. He's going to have to win this duel against Solaris, I think it is. But he's not going to. Solaris too good on the Tracer. And now he's found a second target. Good work from Kurogari. Jumps back, or Maywaku, sorry. He gets the shot onto the Tracer. Dodges the pulse bomb as well. But in the meantime, his team are dropping like flies here. Blur needs his wings clipped. He's just too strong in the sky right now. But one kill could change the game completely.
Yep. Looking now, the only ultimate up right now is Kurogari. He's going to need to look to make a play here. He's finding good angles on the off. But Blur is just holding that main angle so much and not allowing them to play their game. Also,
Dropping low. There we go. Phoenix Cheers on the Mauga finds that kill. Good work from the Cassidy as well. High Noon Pop Cheer finds one. Nevi taken down. Finally, looks like they might have found something as Fable drops the ball all up in his face, though. Kurigari, Epicornicus, just too big a target to be dealt with. They have flipped the point, though, Stage has it, so they'll be feeling like they have a chance to bring this one all the way back, but it's going to be a long fight. There's a Tracer on point. This time it's Blur, a player not known for his ability on the Tracer, but he's going to have to adapt now as the minefield comes in over the top. A good roll keeps Kurigari healthy for the meanwhile. Meiwaku taken down, rather, as I feel like those players are swapping names. I keep getting them confused, but here comes the Life Weaver, Tree of Life. Oh, great anti-heal onto Phoenix Cheers, and they're going to secure that kill. Fable definitely no more for doing damage than healing, but the Tree of Life, that'll do the healing part of that relationship while he uses the Needler to secure kills. Kurigari looking for this target, will get that kill with the help of Bad Athlete, and it's looking like Stage Hazards will take this team fight here, halfway to capping the point already.
Yeah, it looks like Stage has finally found a comp that they can do well on. Kurigari on the far, this is not something we usually see. But still, they're controlling the space really nicely. And we're looking now, Vanquish coming up on the Juno, will they engage with it? Or will Kurigari be able to use the barrage to maybe keep back their initial push and then go second?
Oh, well, here comes the barrage round the back. He's looking for targets, hasn't found anything yet. He knows they're in there, but he can't quite find the angle. He might go down here. Needs healing. There's a little touch of healing there to keep him healthy.
He's looking for it. He's looking for it.
Oh, sorry. Does manage to get... Oh, this is it, surely. That's getting off, but great. Suzu keeps the team alive there. Fable coming in clutch for his team, but not clutch enough to help them win this team fight.
Yeah. Kurigari looking for his clip. Able to get the one and die. Honestly, all you can ask for with Barrage. A nice follow up Suzu. To stabilize the team and try and get back, but just wasn't quite enough. The pressure was a little much.
Lucky hit there, Slappy Daddy will secure the counter charge. The big shadow comes through from Apricornicus. The orbital ray as well over the top. This is a good team fight for the red team, but it's not good enough in the face of the blizzard. They get right up close and personal with Apricornicus. Get rid of that Reinhardt. The shadow was good, but not good enough to secure the team fight for Vanquish PR. The Stage has it's in control now. The Death Blossom against the wall, but the Diva or the Defense Matrix coming in clutch there. This is a hero that Phoenix Tears knows very, very well, and it helps them secure the first point cap after a slow start.
Yeah. Also, another interesting to think about here is the perks.
Yeah, how does that actually work?
Because I know that if you keep a hero, the perks will carry through to the next round. So it's also like another thing that adds to the snowball effect. If you can maybe get a win streak going and keep a hero, keep the ult. Well, no, I think ult charge carries through, right? Even after hero switch.
I'm not sure. I know you maintain the 30%, but I don't know if it's different in Mystery Heroes if you keep the full ult charge. We have to keep an eye on that, actually. Slappy Daddy currently has 60% of his ult, so it seems like we've got Marvel Rival style here where you keep your ult through the round. So that's something to keep an eye on. That might not be intended, but is how it works. So I have to wait and see here. Apricornicus has now moved on to the Doomfist. We've never seen him play this hero before, but that's kind of how this game mode works. It's the Junkrat, Kurigari, another hero player combination that we're not very familiar with, but one that it's not too hard to get on top of. The Doomfist, on the other hand, that's a hero you gotta know what you're doing with to actually find value. A nice sleep onto Fable on the high guard. He's got to block the Tree of Life at the moment. Should he choose to commit it, Phoenix just gets on top of Blur on the Freya, takes him down. Unfortunately, not able to get the value on that hero in this team fight. Phoenix just dropping low, moving back, needs to be careful with the Tree of Life out. And that should be enough to secure this team fight win. They've taken down the Diva mech. Can they find more? They just need to look to get aggressive here should they choose to. Solaris not able to hit his shots there on the May, but Apricornicus, he's finding value in the background. Punched across. Oh my god. It's like a horror movie coming out from the side there. Unfortunately, it's a horror movie that Stage Hazards are experiencing firsthand, and Vanquish take control first again.
Yeah, Slappy Daddy finally getting his ultimate now, which surprisingly enough, Fable was able to build that tree before the Nano, which had the extra 40%.
Yeah, true. He must have started with charge then, right? Surely.
Yeah.
Ooh,
There comes Colts.
Blizzard on the front line here. Doesn't find much of anything, unfortunately. Not on the money here for Kurigari, but here comes the Blizzard from the other side now. There it is. That looks much better. The wall is good as well. Bad Athlete taken down on the Kiriko. Phoenix Cheers, he needs to get out because he wants to keep that hero. Solaris dropping low, but the cover is there. The angle on the side, Meiwaku does a lot of damage, but eventually gets tracked down, taken down, and sent back to spawn by Apricornicus. Solaris holding this front line. The perfect hero to have on this map, and they're not done. They want to get rid of Phoenix Cheers. That is a hero-player combination that it's worth going a little bit deep to get rid of. A good Maywall, though, and they res Phoenix Cheers on the Diva, so he's still on that hero. We'll get the remake now and look to get aggressive. 71% on the clock here. Clears the turrets out nicely. The Symmetra May, what perfect heroes to have at this point.
Yeah, historically Brawl can't get in the Brawl heroes. RNG is looking good for stage now, though, still having Phoenix here on the Diva. Oh, doesn't quite get the mic. No.
Oh, what great work from Apricornicus. I questioned the pick, let's call it, or the combo, but he's making it look like he plays this hero all the time. Maybe he does, for all we know. A great May wall prevents May from going through, and May says, why not? Why not? One May wall deserves another, and Kurigari and the rest of the stage hazards don't even get a look in here on map number 2.
Yeah, like saying that, just having that snowball effect. So you're able to just keep all the perks, keep the ultimate advantage. That first tree was able to carry out really nicely. Built a lot of momentum for them, and then they just found that choke with the May, were just able to consistently keep punishing. It was really lucky for them. And then Vanquish, unfortunately, just didn't get the hero RNG that they were looking for. You know?
Yeah. And that is something that you've just got to have your head around that in the Ringmaster's return here. Sometimes the luck will be in your favor, sometimes it won't. That's just how it goes. Don't get too men about getting beaten because your team got better heroes. It's just going to work that way. That's how this works sometimes. And unfortunately for the stage hazards, they kind of got beaten by a comp that was better on that map. But now they can look to move forward here. Orisa, a great counter to the Doomfist, dropping low. Apricornicus under pressure, but pulled to safety by Fable. Used to being on the opposite end of that relationship here. They need to be careful. A spear could send somebody off the map here. There it goes. Doesn't find anything. But Kurigari does find Nevi. So Brigitte down now. The healing a little bit less than before. But Apricornicus, he's still finding value on the Doomfist. He finds Meiwaku's Tracer. Can he find more? The excavation, the tectonic overcharge looks good here from Blur. He finds a couple of kills. He finds at least one, but he's going to go down here. Phoenix just the big bad cow on the point. Finds one, but will get taken down. The stage has in big trouble here. Meiwaku on point, or rather Kurigari on point as May. How confusing is that? He throws the ulti, but he gets taken down. It wouldn't have mattered anyway, I don't think, as that will be it for fight number 1. Once again, Vanquish coming out on top, and it feels like, John, this Doomfist needs to die.
Yeah, I mean, double life weaver, you know? He goes in, gets his slam.
Oh my god! Double life weaver! Oh my god.
Yeah. No, you know, that Doomfist, if there's any sort of overextension, yoink.
Yeah.
Or if there's any sort of danger, just demon.
Oh, it's double Anna on the other side as well. So we got double heroes up here in a big way. One Anna goes down, Slap Daddy taken down. Phoenix just on the ram goes down, but the half captain point, only 22% earn. So if Meiwaku and the rest of his team can draw this out, that's a low Cassidy, and Kurigari will find that kill. Brothers in arms, brothers in literal DNA, working together to get the kills there. But it's not enough to secure the stage hazards the team fight.
Meiwaku now getting Ash with the Bob. I know May's comfort pick is Ash. We are seeing now the Bob, maybe you can use it to contest, get a bit of a fight advantage here. Throw it out early. Out comes the Ram ult and the Doom ult.
Annihilation on point here, as you say. The teleporter, a key target here for the Ash, but they need to get kills here. Phoenix just, he's staying alive, but all the pressure builds now. Annihilation still going strong for the time being. Moves on to point here. A lot of ults coming out. The nano boost, the Bob committed here. A lot of ults, but here comes the orbital ray. That might just be it. The nano boost is good on the Ram. They're keeping them healthy here somehow, but it's not enough to keep them alive for too long. Phoenix just will take down Blur. He's got backup coming in. If they can just keep him healthy, they might be able to win this, especially with Nevi going down on the front lines. But Phoenix just has dropped, and this will be tough. 67% on the clock here. A big anti on point, but Bad Athlete, a single touch, and he goes down, and Apricornicus gives him more than a touch. And that will be it for this team fight. 25% left. Looking dangerous here for hazards.
Yeah, this is entering last fight territory now. Kurigari is staggered really badly there. They're gonna have to look to take a bit of an early fight.
I think you're right about that.
He gets the Widowmaker. Ooh, wait. If you can maybe find him off angle, get a pick, this could be big.
He's got
Also,
sights
the Juno
as
ult,
well.
if you can engage with the Juno ult, that could be big.
I think it is big. There we go. No, it's Bad Athlete who goes down. Blur says, I don't care about all your ults. I've got an ult of my own, and he finds the opening kill. Phoenix just drops as well. Already a 2v4. Kurigari is good, but 5 headshots is a pretty tough ask for any Widowmaker. They are still milling about on the point here. Maywaku trying to find some kills here for his team. Not even, actually. Just trying to stay alive and buy time for his team. But Kurigari gets tracked down by Blur. I'm sure a satisfying kill for him to get. And that will be it for game number 1. Vanquish just too good after Apricornicus gets what is apparently his favorite hero.
I was not ready for that. He got that Doomfist starter map too. Never changed off it.
Yeah. So can you pick heroes between maps, or is it just whatever you get?
I think it carries through.
Okay.
So the hero you finished on is the hero you get next. And I think that's why Apricornus kept the Doom from last.
Yeah. And I mean, what an absolute dominant performance. Stalker, eat your heart out. We've got a new Doomfist main in the community to keep our eyes on now. Apricornicus showing us he can excel not just on the support, but also as a tank player. He's Inglourious Bastards, right? So I mean, he's learning from the best if Zoom has given him any tips.
I'm not too sure about the team, but yeah, no, that was good value. Just being able to slam. Also, the double life fever.
Oh,
That was interesting.
oh my god.
And I think after the live fever, Nevi got the Juno and was able to stay on Juno for a while, which I know is a comfort pick.
Some key hero player combination, but like I said, that you just gotta suck it up in the Ringmaster's return and just accept that sometimes it's gonna go that way. Sometimes John Wack's gonna get his Lucio and then he's never gonna die, and that's just how it goes.
I don't know, man. If you saw last game, there was some feeding going on. But I think
So it's no different from usual then, is that what you're saying?
yep. I think map 2 now we're going into DLC heroes. I'm not too sure about that. Do you know?
Yeah, I think
Oh, that one's gonna work.
correct about that. Yeah. Yeah, so all the heroes that came out after initial release in 2016. So you've got quite a few options, but it also removes a lot of your mainstays, your Winstons, your Reinhardts, your Divas, your Mercies, Lucios, and your Casses and Widows. So a pretty significantly reduced hero pool to choose from as we head into Circuit Royale.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the tanks, right, you got Mauga, Ram, and I think that's the gist of it, right? Mauga and Ram.
Yeah, you got Ball and Orisa. Because it's the original, those were not out when Overwatch was released. Overwatch 1 was released.
Okay, I see.
So there were only like what? 5 tanks, 5 deep supports, and 11 DPS, something along those lines.
Yeah,
So there's like 100 trillion heroes in the game now, so you've got a lot of options.
Yeah.
But a lot of these players will have comfort picks that are old school heroes like that, so we'll have to see.
I remember seeing Diva was an old one, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, she was.
I think Sigma is a later hero, and now going into Circuit, a predominant poke map, not having the Sigma. Maybe we see some ball shenanigans. Is Sim an old hero?
Old hero, correct.
Oh, please, I'm begging. I want to see the TP shenanigans with the Ryan.
No, Ryan.
No Ryan. Really?
Yeah, Ryan is like one of the iconic Overwatch 1 heroes.
No.
I can tell you didn't play Overwatch 1 on release.
No.
Someone Tyranno sitting here like this friggin' guy. He doesn't know. He didn't feel the pain of playing Overwatch on release.
Yeah, I joined like just mid-late Overwatch 1. I don't know. It's going to be a surprise as much for me as it is for the players to see what's going to come out on.
So we can't see here, but yeah, a lot of, if you played Overwatch 1 on release, you'll know a lot of heroes that are in and are out. Your Pharah is out, your Mercy is out, your Genji is out, Torbjorn and Symmetra are both out. A lot of your tanks are out, but there's still so many meta heroes that are still in because a lot of the new heroes come out a little bit overtuned and then they get paired back a bit. So like we see Solaris here on the Freya, Blur on the Echo, Kiriko, and Fable's like, I'm playing Lifeweaver. I don't know why you thought that was just because I got forced onto it. We'll have to wait and see. But you mentioned the Sigma, and Phoenix just he agrees with you that that is the best hero for the job here, and a lot of poke ability from the Ashe and the Freya.
Yeah, interesting enough, we see in two sides of the coin. We got the traditional poke with the Sigma, but in recent times, Sigma's kind of been pushed out of the meta with all the new heroes and updates. But now looking back, this is old heroes. A lot of the heroes that might have countered him are now gone. And we're seeing like kind of a new style of poke with the ball, looking to slam and then just shoot whatever slammed.
And this ball is very, very difficult to deal with. Misses the whip shot there, but Opkonkus doesn't find any damage on this occasion. Is forced back as Solaris finds the opening kill here on the Freya. Meiwaku taking down the Ashe, not finding the targets on this occasion. A lot of pressure being put on to Phoenix Satir's shield here. He's got people all around him here. He's got the ball on his right, and the Freya immediately into the sky. Solaris looking for targets in the back line, and this is the power of this hero. She can just mow down tanks at a moment's notice, and Phoenix Cheers on the wrong side of that in this engagement as now they move forward here. Blur over the top on the Echo. He seems to like his flyers, does the main man on the main tank normally, but they find a couple of kills now. Apricornicus finding Terra. They look to go around the corner once again and take down Meiwaku again, forced into the corner, throws the dynamite at his feet. It says, get me out of here. We'll back up for the time being, but they're getting forced back pretty aggressively here.
Yeah, Terra spawning a bit late. They should get another fight on this last point. Looking here, Kurogari already with the ultimate. See if we can engage with that.
A lot of damage over the top here. Freya has her ultimate as well. Phoenix just holding down the fort here on the front line. So they will get that second point, that second fight rather, that you talked about, Ball. Man, Freya is so good at burning down tanks. And she's going to show us now how good she is at taking out flyers in the sky. This feels like a hero that works really well into Kurogari's playstyle. But what doesn't work well is Apricornicus all up in his business. And not only him, but Phoenix just dropping as well. And that is the go signal for the big ball in the back line on the supports here. Not finding the kills just yet, but they're not winning this team fight. First point capped up, and they can keep pushing further forward now and looking for kills.
Yeah, nice DPS from the Freya coming out from Solaris. Really forcing Stage to just play uncomfortably, not able to take the space they want to take, being forced to constantly press the S key, allowing for the ball to just disrupt, like I said earlier.
Yeah, Apricornicus is a menace on these tanks, actually. I'm quite impressed. I feel like I've seen him play the ball before, though, so it doesn't surprise me that he's strong on this hero. Still rocking the Freya out, not willing to throw it out yet. Oh, here comes both Freya ults now. Oh, gets the enemy Freya mid-air. Kurogari, what a madman. Takes down Solaris, who's been an absolute menace on that hero, and now they can look to find some kills in the backline. Good shot again onto the backline, but Phoenix just has dropped on the front line in the meantime. And Apricornicus, he's still active in the enemy backline. Minefield finds one. The dual cannons find the next, and this might just be it for this team fight. Stage as it's looking so good. They popped the ultimate here, the rally, but there's no friends available for Terra. She's forced back into the mines, into Solaris, and that's going to be it for another team fight. Vanquish looking unstoppable.
Yeah, Terra hopefully getting that rolling, maybe just still caught just enough to get another fight. Phoenix Tears with an ultimate might engage with the Flux.
You should.
Yeah.
You should be careful not to get too far off. The point goes now in, but there we go. The Lifeweaver coming in clutch once again. Fable's best hero, don't at me. The life blossom, or the flower tree of life, comes out and keeps everybody alive in the backline. But Blur is demeked, as it were, and also taken down on the Echo. Navy, though, firing off, gets rid of the enemy DPS. So much pressure on Meiwaku here. He's got the Bob, throws it out now straight into the enemy backline and pops a couple up at the Lifeweaver. Too good, Fable, man. He's wasted on DPS here. His true calling is the Lifeweaver. But they do push forward, Stage hazards, and they do secure this teamfight win for the time being. But here comes the pressure. Once again, long-range crossbow fire raining down from a distance as the pressure builds further with Apricornicus diving in aggressively. No else to speak of here for Vanquish, but Stage hazards, they've got some room to play with here. They've got the nano boost, they've got Kurogari's ultimate as well, and they keep their bodies on point here, and they'll do that effectively. Blur taken down once again. Meiwaku coming in clutch on the Ashe. Can they find behind anymore, not for the time being, but they've been forced back effectively here once again.
Yeah. Seeing Krogor still holding on to the Freya ult, and the Ana still holding on to the Nano. It's big for them. Apricornus with the mines, maybe looking to engage with that next fight. See if Kurogari can find a pick early here, that'd be super useful.
As you say, mines popped up here. Apricornicus finds, wow, Fable finds one rather than, there we go, Apricornicus making short work of Bad Athlete. It's a bad time to be a support here with the likes of Apricornicus in your backline, but there we go, Kurogari finds the ultimate. They need to get the touch on point here. It's closing in. Can they get on? Yes, they can. Heads up from Tira with the rally going to get the touch, but does she have any friends? Blur says, I'm out of here on my own terms. You can't say you killed me if I take myself out, but shouldn't cost them too much, but it might just 66 meters away from the point. A lot of players dying, and stage hazardous for Vanquish here as they just barely hold on to that second point.
I'm barely keeping it together with the unstoppable Brig. Absolute raid boss of a hero.
Absolutely.
Now just poking out, looking for any picks.
Gravitic Flux is available here should Phoenix just choose to commit it here. We'll wait for him to group up. He doesn't quite know, but there's a juicy target there behind that barrier. But here comes...
These ultimate fights, first team to make the first engage would be more likely to win this. A lot of pressure right now.
Seen that way as Blur, he finds that opening kill here. The accretion goes on, but again another Tree of Life countering the Gravitic Flux. This time aggressively, as now they look to move forward. They're looking for the backline here. Probably a good call, but they're not finding the kills. The Tree of Life just too good. Blur finds that kill. Kurogari takes down his opposite number, but does he have the backup to win this? Kurogari, it's his turn to take himself out. Now it's Bad Athlete, hits the deck once more. Phoenix just finds an heavy, but is taken down in the meantime. And they were held off there very effectively for quite a while. A stalwart defense from the stage hazards, but eventually Vanquish find a way through, and they might get a little bit of an exit gift here as well.
Yeah, finally able to break past that choke, with only needing 2 support ults as well. So Rocky looking for the Blur, not able to get it, barely coming out with the life.
Good work from Blur there. Struggled a bit on the echo, but I mean, it's been working for them. Oh, Meiwaku, there we go. Taking a page out of his brother's book here, sniping from a distance, and Solaris hits the deck. He finds a second. Fable this time going down. I think there was a minefield on point there. Yes, there was. Apricornicus, though, taken down, and this is a good fight for stage hazards. Blur is back with a vengeance, but he's not going to get out, is he? No, he might. No, Kurogari, he's not going to let him go. He tracks him down, takes him down, and that's going to be it for this team fight.
Really nice mines there from Apricornicus, splitting the back line from the front line, and just really allowing them to pressure the Sigma and finish him off nicely there.
Tira positioned very aggressively there, ends up going down. Solaris finding that kill here. A lot of damage coming through from the Freya, but no kills just yet. A lot of hits. Yeah, that Apricornicus is putting so much pressure on. He comes in now, great anti-heal, but countered out immediately by the Suzu. He gets the kill, and he gets airlifted back to safety. Fable once again, an absolute nuisance. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Kurogari finds Blur, takes down the Sojourn. Now they just need to get rid of this Tree of Life here. But he's found a target in the backline, hits 2 shots, won't secure the kill off the back of that. But Apricornicus with the Tree of Life knows he has nothing to fear for the time being. But Phoenix Shares rather with the ultimate finds 2 in the backline, and stage hazards, after looking like getting absolutely steamrolled, managed to secure the hold here on the corner on the 3rd point.
Yeah, big hold from the 2nd and 3rd point. I think what happened there is the 2nd and 3rd point have much longer sidelines, which I think was beneficial to the Sigma, because it gave more time for the Freya to just poke and look for picks. Because I think with the Sigma, as opposed to a Bull, you want the longer fights.
Yeah.
You want to be able to slowly just whittle down, get rid of their abilities, and just deal damage. But those first corner, the Bull able to get that slam over the roof, and then have a fast engage and have a fast punish, and that's how they got their win.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're seeing
running the Ash as well alongside the Freya. Just you can draw out those fights, eventually she'll get a pick or 2.
Yeah. You're gonna see here, this first is gonna be a fast corner. If we see stage, if they go this again, yeah they do. If they can get past this first corner, the rest might be a little bit easier. But they just need to survive that one corner where Apricornus is just gonna look for the slams.
Yeah, This is going to be rough. This first corner, I think. Apricornicus has been so good on the ball. If they can secure a kill on him, that the kind of whole round might unravel here. But he's got good cover as well. He's got the Fable with the life grip, and he's got the Suzu as well. And they've been using that very effectively to keep Apricornicus alive.
Yeah.
Right, so time for Stage Hazards to make their attack here. They only have to get halfway through the third point, but it's not going to be an easy push. A very defensive hold here from Vanquish, not choosing to hold aggressively, but that's because they know they've got aggression if they need it at a moment's notice here. Apricornicus pressured out, does pull a Suzu out of his own team here. Accretion dodged out, but Meiwaku once again finding kills on the Ash, looking for other targets now on the high ground. Good couple of headshots, but eventually gets taken down. Nevi with the headshot from across the map. Suzu forced out here, but space created by the supports is now they can keep backing and backing and backing, but you might be okay with this if your Stage has it. You benefit from the long sightlines with the composition you have, so they're happy to just let them back up. But Apricornicus, he's such a monster here, just constantly putting pressure on. Phoenix just dropping low under pressure, taking down the shield, not enough to stop the laser beam from Blur.
Yep. Nice taking the fight on the second point because it doesn't allow for Baby Kura to get those same picks that he did on the first point.
Baby Kura.
Yeah.
He's the younger brother then, I assume.
Yeah, he is.
So
Very-
he's looking up to his big brother here on the hit scan. Right, Kurigari, let's see what you can do. Your brother's shown up here. Can you do the same? Not to say he hasn't been playing well. He absolutely has, Kurigari. But they've got to get through here. Blur, though, he finds Bad Athlete. Not even sure where that kill took place, but it doesn't matter as far as the blue team is concerned because they're healer down now. Brig, the last person left to heal here. And Apricornicus, he knows that, spots that, and takes out Tira to secure another team fight win for his team.
Yeah. Very nice. Seeing now, Vanquish is a little bit of an ultimate advantage. Probably going to look to mines here early and then tree to stabilize the next in the late fight. Blood coming over the roof looking for a pick.
Looking for a pick, doesn't find anything here. Phoenix just getting aggressive onto the high ground. They're trying to get rid of this. Here comes the one Freya ult. Does it find anything? No, it doesn't. It's Apricornicus, in fact, who gets rid of Kurigari, and he's not done. He spotted out the false alarm. He's coming back, don't worry. A bigger target, literally and figuratively, will be Phoenix Jizz, and he goes down. So once again, this ball-centered composition is proving too hot to handle here for the Stage Hazards.
Yep. Although, next fight, if Stage is able to get out ult and just try and whittle it out, take a long fight, maybe they'll have one more fight where they can have advantage. Oof.
Oh, Fable coming in clutch once again with the life grip. Kurigari under pressure, taken down. I think they were looking to nano over the top there with Kurigari's ultimate, but instead they get punished out. Phoenix Jizz, he's low now. They're going to have to back up once again, but Meiwaku, once again, the only player getting kills for his team. Oh, Phoenix Jizz, unlucky. His ultimate gravitic flux gets blocked out by the barrier, by the bridge rather. Now they turn, look to get rid of Blur, and they do just that. So a good couple of kills here for the Stage Hazards. More, in fact, as Meiwaku gets Solaris down, and they might finally be able to get around this corner, and the map opens up in a big way for them if they do that.
Yep, this is the first one that they really want to get past. If they can get past this, the map should be easier. Vanquish still maybe getting another touch though with mines. This is looking like last fight. They need Vanquish need to win. Vanquish, huh? I mean Stage.
They do take down Blur though. This is a lot of damage. They've got Kitsune Rush, they've got Tree of Life, so they've got plenty to work with here in spite of that early loss of the Sombra. And in fact, they will find Meiwaku in the background, but they've taken down Nevi, they've taken down Apricornicus. Stage Hazard looks like they've got it done here. A long hold from Vanquish on the first point, but eventually Stage Hazards find their way through, and it's everything to play for here.
That's a big fight win for Stage. They really needed to win that one. Apricornicus is still holding on to the mines. Meiwaku with Bobs might be a good initiative for next fight. Blur swapping to match the Ash. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. You would know better than me, but it's not a hero I know him for playing. But he's got a deep hero pool here. I'll have to wait and see whether he can match Meiwaku, who's been excellent. And Kurigari, big brother, hasn't been too bad on the Freya. He's got a lot of kills onto Solaris. on his own friend. God, that life grip on the ball every time. It just makes him 10 times harder to deal with. And the minefield, that's not going to help things either, as Phoenix Cheers, he gets blown up in a matter of moments here. And so does the backline. Solaris with the ultimate finds Meiwaku. Apricornicus, he's going deep, as you know he will. Blur gets the headshot onto Kuragari, and that is a quick team fight win, spending only the minefield.
Yeah, like you said, with the quick team fight, that's a lot of what these comps are with the Ashe and the Freya. You just hide until eventually everybody peaks, and it's either the one team to fall by getting a pick, or it's just, again, you use all the resources, you peek, you don't get a kill, and you just hide and you wait again.
Yeah. It's so tough to play this composition here. They've got Coalescence now, will be popped to keep Phoenix Cheers alive. Gravitic Flux committed there, I think. Doesn't seem to find anything, but Phoenix Cheers will find that kill onto Solaris, and now they can move forward here. This is great stuff from the stage. Hazards, the only person who dies is Meiwaku, and he doesn't even give a kill over to the enemy. You can see the yellow box of victory here. If they can cap the second point, they're going to be in good position, and the rally gets popped out. Tyria says, I'm the main tank now, watch me play, as she puts the pressure on the front line. Apricornicus is getting absolutely bullied here, but the team is at his back here, dropping low. Nice Tree of Life once again from Fable, putting the pressure on. Phoenix is dropping down, taken down, slammed, and it's not looking good for the stage hazards now. They've lost 2, make that 3, make that 4. Last man standing here is Meiwaku, and he's going to get taken down as well. 10 seconds left. I don't think they get a touch here.
That looks like it might just be it. Yeah, there's the mines to prevent the touch even more.
Yeah, ball is a good decision for Phoenix Cheers, but there's not enough room, and as you can see, he was never getting through there anyway. And that's going to be it. Vanquish take map number 2. They don't need Overwatch's 1's original heroes to stamp their authority on the matchup.
Interestingly enough, I think this is the most normal of a game we're going to see.
I think you're right, yeah. Like I said, the new heroes are all very, very meta, so taking out your Divas, your Ryans, that sort of thing, your Winstons, you're not losing that much, you know?
Yeah, I think the only really thing that we didn't see that was meta was the backlines. The backlines were interesting. We had the Brig Lifeweaver or the Brig Kiriko just looking to keep the ball alive.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fable's just playing Lifeweaver, right? So it's like, who cares? If he can pick it, he'll pick it.
Yeah.
But not having the Lucio, I think, is the only real thing that stands out there, right? And you can kind of replace that with the Juno for the speed boost. So it's kind of, I've never thought about it, but it's illuminating how crap a lot of the old heroes actually are in the current meta.
Yeah. No, I know Blur's crying right now for another Ryan meta.
Well, you can cry longer because it seems like that's not happening again for a long time. Do we know what the third wildcard is?
No.
Alright, so it's the Seraphim heroes. If you don't know, that's some number of heroes. God only knows. I know the original 4, right? Brig or 5 or whatever it was. Brig, Mercy, Kiriko, Sombra, Tracer?
Junkrat. Junkrat a legendary. Will Junkrat count?
I don't know. Junk doesn't count. Who are the... Oh, Diva, right, obviously. Are there any other tanks? It's just Diva, so we're seeing a lot of Diva. Phoenix Cheers will be eating good here, and Apricornicus will have to show us how good his Diva is. And I think a lot of the matchup will kind of oscillate around that. For DPS, you've got Tracer, so we'll probably see a lot of Tracer. Who else?
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank right now.
Yeah.
So I've been playing this game for years, but I cannot remember these Seraphim heroes.
I just googled the Seraphim, and would you believe it? They just gave me the flipping ban.
Shock and horror.
Here we go. Quick googling live on air here. No, I don't care about this. Here we go. Wave 1, wave 2. I just have pictures, so let's see if I can recognize the heroes. All right. Kiriko, Tracer, Sombra, Brigitte, Diva. Right, I remember that. Ilari. She got a new one this time. I don't know what hero that is. I don't know what hero this is. I think that's Juno and Kiriko again. And Diva again, maybe? Yo, these
It's
heroes
looking
all
like
have
five.
same face syndrome, so if you change their hairstyles and colors, I can't tell who they are anymore. Yes, I think Ash and Mercy.
Yes, I think we're
There's so many supports.
going to be seeing just a lot of dive, just Diva, Ash, Tracer, just run default, you know.
Yeah, you're right about that. And he's going to be King's Row as well, so a map everybody's very familiar with. We know it, we love it, and we're happy to be here. And it will be the Seraphim Heroes. It'll be all ladies, and it will be Diva. And after that, it remains to be seen. But I think you're right. I think we'll definitely see Tracer. Fable will probably play Ilari here, if I had to guess.
Two
And
Divas.
Kiriko will probably be very consistently used. Kiriko and Juno.
Two Divas. It's just going to be a battle of who's going to be able to control the most map space for the Ash.
You're right.
Yeah. Juno, speed rings are going to have to be looked defensively here. Can't really engage with this comp. You kind of just going to have to rely on your DPS to deal damage, make space, and the space that's created by your DPS, you need your Diva to control that as best as possible. And I can tell from experience, it was playing against Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
That Diva, you do not have room to breathe.
Yeah, as a former Diva main myself, I definitely find that it's like I compare it to a midfielder in football or 11-player team sports, where you kind of can be everywhere and find value everywhere. You can be aggressive when you need to, you can stay defensive when you need to, you can peel for your backline. You just have so many options that if you're good at the hero and you have good game sense, you can find a ton of value. So I expect Phoenix Cheers to be quite good, but I think, pound for pound, Apricornicus is probably the better player, if I could be so bold. And so it wouldn't surprise me if his game sense and his just overall talent carries him to a very strong Diva performance here. But we do have our comps now, Fable. What are your thoughts? Fable, sorry. John Wack? What are your thoughts?
Brute Mercy is interesting. So, I mean, looking to enable May with the damage boost. And then the Juno and the Kiriko. Because one comp is fast, one comp is very slow. And of course the attacking comp is the fast one.
Oh, goes for the dynamite there. Fable trading, both Tracers having enough of this and on their home ground, not finding any value for the time being. Fable, he's going to be on the Kiriko this time, not feeling like the Ilari is the pick at the moment here. But this is a good start for the Stage Hazards. Of course, they are 0-2 currently in the series, so they need to find wins all the way to the end here if they're going to take this one in a reverse sweep. Phoenix just under pressure though. He's dropped down, but he doesn't have any support. The pressure is put onto his backline at the same time, and he's isolated and taken down. Blur finds a kill. The res is good, but I don't think Phoenix just even gets the remake now. The micro missiles coming in clutch there. Apricornicus finds both the Mercy and the Diva, and it's no mercy now in more ways than one for the Stage Hazards. No, I've lied. Hello, what happened there? They were winning. I'm not the only one, right, who just misread that.
Yeah, I could have sworn Phoenix Tears just dropped down and exploded. And then
That's what I saw.
everyone got knocked back and somehow pulled it back. Korrigar getting the pick on Blur.
Yeah, Bliss not had a great game on the Sombra so far. First pick both times. Decent charge on the EMP, it has to be said. And this is what you can do with the Diva on this point. You can control the high ground, you can drop down if you need to, but he just was unlucky, Phoenix Cheers, in that last team fight. But pressure now onto Kurigari. He's got the pulse bomb at the ready, so he's been doing good damage here. He needs to be careful not to let it get eaten up by the Diva. But he's got the heads-up play. He spotted Blur. Don't do it. Oh, he does do it. He gets Blur as well. He didn't even stick it. Who needs to? Blur, he'll just run into the pulse bomb on his own. Ooh, Kurugari under pressure here. Has to back out. But he's got the kill he needs to. And now can regroup with his team for the time being. But this is good work from Apricornicus. He spots out Bad Athlete and finds that. Meiwaku, a free kill as well. Tira also likely to go down here. So Apricornicus, a crowbar, prying open the armor here for his team Vanquish.
Yeah. How come the Brigald looking to be the new tank for the team? Trying to just stall out point, waiting for the team to get back. Maybe get another fight on this point. Out comes the Kitsune.
Yeah, they forced the Kitsune, if nothing else here. So that kind of makes it worth it. Phoenix just close to remaking there, but taken down eventually. Rez is now back in play. Bad Athlete has the ultimate as well, but he gets pulse bombed out. So that's going to be it for the first point. A valiant defense for the Stage Hazards, but Vanquish overcome them in the end.
I was looking close there. But I think the Tucson move, that's basically... Oh. I'm seeing a little bit of an alt advantage again here for Hazards. If they're able to cycle this right, call it, well, they should be able to push all the way to the second point. Yep.
Some cordial behavior from the two divas. Did he miss the spray there? What happened? Maybe it just hasn't loaded in yet. Bob at the ready here for the defending sides. The Stage Hazards have a couple of ultis to work with. In fact, 3 to be exact. They know where the Tracer is. They're not going to let him find value there in the backline. They've still got the Valkyrie pop now, so they got extra damage. Phoenix just dropping low though, but he will stay alive. This EMP could be key for Blur, but he gets spotted out. Phoenix just hooks up perfectly with Kurigari to get rid of the Mexican hacker, and that's going to make it hard for him to win this team fight. Oh my god, Bad Athlete, put that thing away, please. This is a PG-13 channel as he looks to make a name for himself here in the enemy backline.
Yo, Blur on multiple of these fights is just looking for the hack, looking to make an opportunity for his team, but just keeps being found.
Yeah, very unfortunate. He still has that EMP at the ready here. Oh, this is Apricornicus. I was like, what are these mercies doing? No, Apricornicus, he's just building up back towards his mech. Gets remake, now has ultimate available as well. So too does the Sombra. They have spot. They know he's in the mix here. His invis is going to get off, but this is going to be good. So many hit, and a nice virus onto Bad Athlete. The Mercy cannot cure herself on this occasion. It will go down. Phoenix just drops as well. A 600 HP headshot from Fable to secure the kill on the Diva, and that will be it here for the Stage Hazards second point defense, or the middle of second point defense.
Blur finally been able to make his play, not being caught jaywalking.
Yeah, trespassing as it were.
Yeah. Now we've seen maybe they get another fight. Apricornicus does have the bomb to stall them out though. Maybe may throw his bob. Gets the stall.
Oh. Here comes the bomb. Looks good. Not finding anything there. And now they can look to get in without that ultimate. That is a rookie Diva mistake, because you never get kills with that, and you're better off with the second life. But Apricornicus chooses to use it there. Bob finds 1, finds 2. Bob MVP. Hello. Somebody help me in the back line here. But Tira says, I am the front line now. Finds Apricornicus. They secure the kill on the other players as well. And that's going to be it for this attack for Vanquish. Still a minute and a bit on the clock, but this is last fight territory here.
Yeah. Also, the point being so far back and not getting it, the spawn is going to be a mile-long walk.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit of a rushed fight to take next one.
I think they've got time to not have it be too rushed, but it's definitely one fight, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Blur
Stage also
something in the back line here. Not going to find it yet.
Stage.
He does see. Sorry, go for it, John.
No, it's all good. Stage with coming out with the bulk.
Here is the Volk. Can they find any kills here? Yes, they can, but it's Fable. But the res is good here. Maywalker, who's been key in a lot of these team fights, and now he's a threat once again. But they're not finding any kills for the time being, and the Volk is just about to run out here. The supports are focused on each other here, and that should isolate the front line. But Fable with the fadeaway onto Maywaku there. I'm not even sure he knew how he got that kill. He was just chucking in kunais across the map and secured that. Pops the Suzu down as well. Blur dropping low, but the healing is good, and the pressure is too much for the Stage Hazards, but we've seen them pull it out before here. The bomb on point here. Solaris not going to take down anyone. Kurigari, though, he's popping off. That's his second kill of the team fight. Phoenix he's been spotted out by Apricornicus, and he's not going to let that Diva get the remac. That should be it here. They'll slowly inch their way towards the point, secure that cap, and set up for the third with a kill onto Bad Athlete. Maybe they're looking for it. They should get it. They do just that. Solaris works his way around to steal that kill away from the Diva, but that's going to be it for the second point.
Solaris stepping on the off angle, looking for a sneaky pulse bomb. It looks like be good for the next engage.
He's in a duel here, and Phoenix Cheers has rotated around to mark him there. Good work from the Diva player.
Yeah.
But they're in trouble here. Just a minute left. Likely the last fight, John.
Yeah. Blood coming up to the EMP. This could be crucial. Big pulse going up to the brig.
Huge pulse bomb in the back line, and Solaris finds a second. They've got the ultimate over the top. They do take down Fable with the bomb. He gets a remake as well. He's not going to stay in mech for long, I don't think, Phoenix Cheers, but this is good time bought here for a couple of respawns. If he can stay alive here as Baby Diva, they might be in it to win it here, but Maywaku going down, that makes it tough. Kurugari dropping low. They want the targets in the back line, but the peel is good, but Kurugari slices his way through and gets rid of Navy. So the healing is lower than what they might like here. Kurugari looking to win that duel, but Phoenix Cheers, I think, was just remaking there. Unfortunate to go down. Apricornicus coming towards his second ult as well, or his second life rather, in the form of that ult. So he's going to be a tough kill to secure, but they're finding a couple here. Maywaku goes down. Kurugari though, he's popping off once again on the Tracer. 2 kills, both DPS going down. Apricornicus with the second life. They want to secure that kill before the remake comes through, but they're not going to be able to get it done here. Tira dropping as well, courtesy of some rockets from Navy, and the pressure is now on Kurugari. Has to rotate around, but there are enemies everywhere here. But Navy out of position, too far forward, taking down Kurugari once again, finding every kill possible here for his team. And the stage hazards are mounting a valiant defense here, but Valiant, or Bad Athlete rather, taken down once again. The micro missiles, the killer here from Apricornicus, but they're staying alive. They're doing this well. The bomb is big in the backline here. It's found 1, 2 kills, Blur low. So is Solaris, and this might just be it here for Vanquish's push. But they'll be happy to get this far. Very reminiscent of the previous map, it has to be said, as Solaris can't quite secure the touch. Vanquish, 2/3 of the map done. They'll feel like they've got it done from here.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of this happen with them just barely pushing to the end of the point with overtime.
Yeah.
Also, should be said, yo, Sick got a lot of fun in his throat, man. Yeah, seeing it a lot though. I was interested to see the double main support, the Terra and the Bad. Like how they would keep the Diva up, right? But what we're seeing a lot of happen is, okay, maybe they don't keep the Diva up, but then Tira comes out and just acts as the main tank.
Yeah.
And just keeps the fight going long enough that she can get a mech, or she can just straight up come back from spawn. And win a long fight.
Yeah, it's probably the right way to play Diva. I don't play any Diva, but it seems logical, right? She kind of exists in that gap between tank and support in terms of the archetype of a hero. So it's cool to see that actually play out like that. Often she'll just be frontlining. And it's working out all right for them. But they just don't quite have that edge they need to take them over the line. So we'll have to wait and see whether they can get the job done here on attack.
Yep. Attack, now we see the Maywaku on the Sombra taking Blow's role, making those opportunities for stage to maybe get a pick and then win the team fight.
We'll have to see whether he can get it done better than Blur was able to on some occasions, often getting caught out. Of course, if you don't know, this is the newish Sombra. Not quite as menacing as some of the older iterations of this hero. Can't be invis all the time. So has to, as you can see, quite a short cooldown or uptime on the invis. So you have to kind of be careful with how you initiate on this character now. But they've taken the high ground, but Bad Athlete caught out there. Solaris managing to find the headshot. Fable finds a headshot of his own onto Kurugari. And in fact, they're going to drop like flies here in the backline. Apricornicus finds Terra. And he should find Phoenix Cheers as well, who will try and beat a hasty retreat, but he might be in trouble here. He's going to get demeked, that much is certain. But they might just let him go here on the baby, because that is time purchased, but they won't do that. The art of baby diva farming is a lost one in this game. I'm sure Terranord will agree with me here.
I'm just going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Say this is a good ethics game. You know? April Fool's trying to be in good spurts.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Here at the Ringmasters Roundball, it's all about having fun, and these teams are not going to punish you for having the misfortune of dying on the Diva. So, Maywaku under pressure here. So far, it's not looking good for stage hazards. They haven't found a way through here, haven't found any kills on their attack, but this might be it here, putting the pressure on Apricornicus. He's really, really low. How hard do they commit? Very hard is the answer here. Not securing the kill. There we go. Finally, they get the demech. Kurugari forced to recall up, but he's got the pulse bomb nearly at the ready, and the backline is wide open now. The hack is good from Blur, but it doesn't protect Fable from some good shots from Bad Athletes, and Phoenix just says, I'm not done yet. Actually, no, fake, never mind, I am done. But Kurugari, he's not done. Second tick taken up now as Kurugari recalls out once again. But the point is wide open. Blur, a free kill, stumbles his way into the pulse pistols. And that's going to be it for the first point. A good cap in the end by the stage hazards.
A very nice on stage, taking on the high. Ooh. Getting on so yeah, but we saw nicely how they took the high ground and then from there went to look for picks. Kurugari controlling it and then going onto the Diva. Seeing now Apcornicus with the bomb, basically extra life and Fable with Kitsune. Probably gonna look to engage with either June or Kitsune. Miyawaku.
Ooh, that's the bail there. Gets caught out, but thankfully he has the translocator to get out of there. Blur almost up to the EMP as well. So almost 5 ults available here for Vanquish. But Blur, he's been put under pressure from Phoenix Gears here. Can't get the hack off. Misses the virus as well. Look away now if you're a Blur fan. But Meiwaku, look here now because he's the Sombra finding value. But Kurugari is taken down. So Vanquish in the driver's seat here with all the ults. They even pop the orbital ray here. They pop the self-destruct here. But so does Phoenix Gears. Finds 1, finds 2, both supports going down, 3 with the remake as well. Phoenix here is a fellow Phoenix coming in clutch here for his team. Aprikoniscus, he snipes out Meiwaku, but he's in big trouble now. He'll get killed. Oh, come on. Farm him. No, they don't do it. And if he gets the point, he'll stall it out. So good decision in the end, but Vanquish, with all the ults in the world, John, just not good enough.
Yeah. The remake kill was diabolical. It was not something you see every day. Out comes the EMP.
Oh, EMP. Blur says, how dare you? And Tira says, how dare you, sir? As Bob popped on point here. No ults available defensively with bad athlete going down. So unfortunately, the stage hazards, after a great fight in the middle of the second phase, they are stopped just as Vanquish were before the final point.
Yep. Just barely getting it there. Same situation that Vanquish were in when they were attacking, just having that last point, just that last little bit to get. But only having like 3 fights now.
What? Okay. I'd like an action replay of that because it looked like he killed him right through the wall and a defense matrix, but it doesn't matter because Bad Athlete is once again sent to spawn with his ultimate still in the pocket. Phoenix Gears dropping low. They have to get out here. The hack is good to prevent the follow-up, but Kurugari, he's isolated out now in the library, the bookstore rather, but they have now got the numbers and they will move forward. Phoenix Gears under pressure, hacked up, taken down, blown up, too aggressive from the Diva player as he is now mech-less. Oh, but there's action in the backline here. The hack not able to come off there onto the Diva, but it will come up onto the enemy. Sombra Blur in trouble. The defense matrix will eat the virus here, but EMP is at the ready. Inverse up, looking to get aggressive here, and there is that Kitsune rush. We've been waiting for it, but it hasn't come out, and now finally they committed, but Phoenix says he's too low. He gets taken down. Suzu committed as well, and they don't keep him alive, but they have taken down Fable, and they take down Solaris as well. EMP now and secure this fight, but they're losing players left, right, and center. And Aprikonicus, he's still alive. He's still a monster. He's still a problem that they have to deal with, and they just don't have the numbers, or do they? They get that kill now, but the self-destruct is there. They have to get in, but Meiwaku goes down. The remake is good, and the team fight is over. Kurugari, he's got to bail out now.
Yeah, nice little bit of lore there as well. Blur is also Meiwaku's current coach.
Oh, nice.
So maybe that's why we see a little bit of ego battle.
Yeah, literally. And I dare say Meiwaku's been the better of the two so far, but Blur not known for his prowess on the DPS, and Phoenix Gears not known for staying alive in these team fights right now. He is getting dominated here as Fable. He takes down Meiwaku as well. The EMP over the top. Blur says, why the hell not? And that is another team fight over. Just 40 seconds left on the clock here for the stage hazards to try and take us to a game 4.
Yep, last fight. Only never here with the Juno Auto Ray, and then the Bob. So Bob to touch, Nevi to engage. So looking strong for Vanquish. Kurugari gonna need to look for a big.
Oh, that was. He went for something pretty sick there.
That's big.
Doesn't get it off there, unfortunately, but they do end up scoring that kill anyways. What finishes? 1, 2, 3, count them up. Abriconica says, team, where have you all disappeared to? Well, my friend, they've all been vaporized by the enemy Diva, and that is it. A quick team kill, so quick in fact. they might be able to get back in touch here if they're really lucky. But no, I think with 3 players on the point, they'll secure the second point cap. So Phoenix Cheers coming in clutch for the stage hazards.
Phoenix can't keep getting away with this. This is the third Diva ult. Third 3k Diva ult.
Yeah, between that and the remake apps, yeah, that's true. I mean, look, we Diva mains, man, we find a way with the Diva ult. Often you'll just yeet that bad boy in there and see what happens. And I flamed Apricornicus for it, but the difference is he's not a Diva main. He hasn't earned the right to yeet your self-destruct in like nobody's business. So Phoenix just showing how it's done here. Bob committed though on the front line, Katsuna Rush as well, but yeah, perfect play from the blue team. Just back up and try not to lose too many on the way out.
Yeah, Bob, Katsune out. Stage is definitely going to be happy about that for nothing. Maybe Kurogari looking for a stick to engage next fight. Doesn't quite get the clip.
Yeah, I was looking for something fancy there, didn't find it. But now the enemy Katsune Rush comes out. Nevi commits the orbital ray in return, but Tira drops early. Apricornicus is EMP'd up, hacked up, but not going to get taken down. In fact, it's all blue on the wrong side of the kill feed. Kurogari commits the pulse bomb, finds the kill, but Meiwaku, he's going to have to get back 20 seconds on the clock here. He's going to have to heal up. He might have to be the one to get the touch here with the EMP, but Kurogari, he's still in the mix here. A death there would be critical, and he does go down, so they're going to start this fight. 1 player down, 8 seconds left. Who's going to get the touch here? Meiwaku, he might drop as well. This could be absolutely disastrous here for the stage hands. His chance of winning this team fight. Phoenix Cheers, heads up play, is touching the point here. I think he popped ulti as well. EMP out, but taken down immediately. Popped off the map there. Who was that? Somebody. Tira gets blur. He's having a hard time on the Sombra, but he's getting the job done for his team. Apricornicus dropping low. Oh, that's a low Fable, and he's taken down as well. Kira coming in clutch. Fable pops the ultimate. Can they get out? Phoenix just, no, he can't. He gets taken down. The damage is not enough to secure the kill on the Diva before she remakes as well. So Apricornicus still a nuisance to be dealt with. Tira dropping low. The peel is not quite there. The numbers are not good as we see, but Kurogari finds one in the backline. EMP'd up. Oh, Fable has found him though, putting the pressure on, and they take him down. Both DPS down, and that will be it for this series. Stage Hazards just not up to the task of taking down Vanquish, who go up in this series.
Yo, that last game was a fun watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is what we want to see. Big bombs. But I suspect this is the one where he got the squish here on the second point. Maybe not, actually. This is where he chucks it over the top here. Oh, with a 360 no-scope as well to get the triple kill. We all saw it. Clip it up. That is Phoenix Cheers at his absolute best. But unfortunately for him, his team goes down 0-3.
Yeah, interesting there. We've seen a lot of like the new versus the old. The Meiwaku Kurogari, I think, are mechanically better players. But Blur and Solaris have been in the scene for a while and understand the game really well.
Mm-hmm.
So although Blur and might not be able to find those clips and find those big plays, you do see, and does get punished a lot, but you do see him looking for smart plays, looking to make opportunities, looking to get hacks or for EMPs or for his team to engage off of. But also we did see the mechanics are nothing to be looked away from. Kurogari constantly getting picks throughout the whole game, constantly keeping pressure, but still, man.
Yeah, not enough there. But 3 close maps, it has to be said. Of course, Lijiang Tower, each team getting at least 1 win there. Both teams pushing through the first point on Circuit and both teams pushing through the second point on King's Row. So I think they'll feel not hard done by, but they'll feel like they could have taken the stage hazards. So plenty to look forward to from them in the rest of this tournament. But that's going to be it from us here, guys. But before we do that, John, you've got to give us your player of the match.
Ooh. Well, that's a tough one. There's a lot of outstanding players. Solaris did a lot of damage, Blue made a lot of opportunities. But the tank on the Doomfist.
Yeah, Apricornicus. I cannot disagree with that. I think I always say this, but it's always hard to look past the tank players in these matches. But he was definitely the difference maker in this match. Apricornicus, your MVP. The pictures of the Diva, his most recently played here, but I think you're absolutely right. The Doomfist in that first map was a real difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, he showed like a lot of importance, which I think is in this tournament, is the versatility, the ability to play all those different heroes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the ability to pull out of the Doomfist and get the value of that hero, the ability to pull out a diva and go up against a diva OTP and still be able to beat them at their own game.
Yeah.
It's not easy to pull off.
Not at all. But like I said at the start of that, my feeling is that Apricornicus is a very, very strong player. He's played with some of the best players in the country, and even if he's never played these heroes or hasn't grinded these heroes that much, he'll definitely be able to pick them up on the fly. And he did so there very effectively in that final map. But that's going to be it from us, guys, for the moment. But don't go anywhere. There's still plenty of Overwatch to be played today. 2 more matches following this one. One at 6, so in 35 minutes. And one again at 8. Hopefully we'll get casters for all of those. I think we have casters available for all of those. We did kind of join in the middle of the tournament here of the day. But we'll try and bring you all the games for the rest of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you again in 35-ish minutes.
Yep.
Ringmaster's Rumble, the home of all the chaos, and who better to bring that to you than us? Myself, Ultrism, next to me, the wonderful Lix, and been a while since we got to cast together, but one that we've been looking forward to for the longest time, my friend.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this to see some goofy Overwatch. I mean, they have some interesting comps coming up. I can just tell. I mean, we have the whole locked hero pools and all of that stuff, so we're getting forced on some crazy stuff.
I like what you say. There's some interesting comps coming up, not by their design, certainly. I mean, when we're starting the game with mystery heroes, that means Triple Widow make a meta in here right now. Maybe add some new methods to the madness, but certainly madness is going to abound. I hope you guys have been enjoying the stream so far, and we've got two very fitting names coming up for this match. It's going to be Clown Watch versus Comic Relief.
Yeah, some interesting teams. I mean, not really that I know much of these people, but it's good to see the community kind of coming out the woodworks, coming out for the community tournaments, and just coming to have fun.
You know, it's something that we have said for the longest time. Overwatch in South Africa has been one filled with a core group of very passionate people, but it's been so difficult to rope in new talents, new people, new passionate people. And so this is the best opportunity for it. People coming together, forming random teams. We don't just see the same 1, 2, or 3 teams just really dominating match after match. And what better way to make new friends than to get in here and really cause some chaos?
Yeah, I mean, this tournament specifically last year was why I joined my team. Me and Something Cat playing on Teacher's Lounge, and then from there, it just kind of blooms. So you get a lot of that exposure to the rest of the community that doesn't naturally happen. You're kind of forced into a room. Just go vibe.
Just go vibe. I mean, you are actually playing in this tournament, Lick. So tell me, is this at all taken seriously by players on the teams? There's always someone who's a little too competitive, but in general, what is the general vibe in the Discord chat?
I mean, for me, this game, it feels a little bit quick play because of all of the really weird rules and faster all charge and all that kind of stuff. But there are still team fight planning, there's comps planning. I mean, my team, we sat before the whole thing started and we just pop the codes into a custom game, see what's good, see what's fun, see how we can have the most fun. I mean, that increased projectile speed, Farah is crazy on that. You just gotta go and figure that out.
Finally, something to counter out the hit scans. I'm tired of Widowmakers in any of my lobbies, so that would be some decent retribution. If you guys are not sure exactly how it works, we are going to be starting with Mystery Heroes at the beginning, and then maps 2 and 4 of the 5 that are potentially up for grabs are going to be heroes from Overwatch 2 only, and then 3 and 5 Assault 2 Electric Boogaloo, my favorite naming of this. If you guys did not get to see Overwatch 1, you missed out on what was actually, in my opinion, and this is going to get me roasted, please put down your torches and pitchforks, it was a great game mode that I'm sad that they haven't adapted to this. It is 2CP, going into capture the first point, then to the second one. And I believe, Lix, without all the billions of shields around, this actually could be a viable game mode.
Yeah, I mean, those interesting choke points, those very small maps, the respawns that were quite fast. I think that might be countered now with how Overwatch 2 is. I mean, in Overwatch 1, it was a pain to play Temple of Anubis because I can't boop anyone off of the map. That's the only reason. No reason else.
That's the only thing that was a problem with those maps. So unfortunately, they're Lucio not going to be as prevalent, at least for that aspect of it. But it is nice to see it. I'm very interested. I haven't actually seen a lot of 2CP since Overwatch 2 has been around. Stuff like the iconic memories still are there of the Mercy 5-man raising an entire team just as you think you've won the fight and cleared the point. And nope, we're going to restart this all over again. Or a Bastion sitting so obnoxiously in a corner, able to constantly heal up. Or in the very beginning of Overwatch, going to show my age right now, he even had a shield in front of him. So all you could really do against that was Hanzo with a scatter arrow around a corner. But those were moments that kind of made Overwatch what it is, and it's so nice to kind of see the development from there.
Yeah, I mean, now we have Scatter Arrow, but as a perk. So It's funny how the cycle repeats itself. But yeah, we've gotten a lot of changes in Overwatch. From Overwatch 1, we had that attack defense, which then just became DPS. We've had some quite literally move roles. So it was just, yeah, there was a lot that changed, and we got Sombra. That's my whole statement. We got Sombra.
We got Sombra and Doomfist. There was great moments in Overwatch history. Love it. Okay, so our Overwatch lineups that we have for you, Clown Watch, again, full of players who are new to the scene at least. Sure that they've got a lot of competitive experience behind them. Soup and Deborah are going to be taking up those DPS roles. Fishy Pop on the tank. Parasock, someone that we do know very well, has managed to slip in there and is mentoring the team from the support role. And then Mole going to be supporting on alongside there.
Yeah, so I mean, Soup and Deborah, I believe Deborah's name is also Fresh. I think those two are like duoed together. They were actually on my team for the last community tournament. I don't remember what that was, but I played with them. Yeah, very competent players. I think they play on a Valhalla team. Not sure which one of the 5 million they're on, but it shows that the org is kind of, flourishing.
Yeah, that's what you really want to see as well, is like that the fact that there's more teams towards an Overwatch org, you get to move up the ranks or get a little bit. There we go. You have got confirmation. Deborah is also Tom and Fresh. So please pick a name. Just otherwise, how are we supposed to do this? On the other side, Comic Relief going to be coming out. So this one does have someone that I recognize. Lime Oros going to be coming through there. Played on the VA side from last year, I believe, and has now disappeared into the ether. Not exactly sure where they found their name. But alongside Blue on the DPS role is going to be a formidable attack to deal with. Jinxie coming out on your tank. That's the role. And then Air and... Yep, that name is Potato, by the way, in case you were wondering on the pronunciation. Potato 5001 501 P5. Thanks, Potato, for putting in all of those offered pronunciations.
Yeah, so Blue, actually, all the way back from Teacher's Lounge, do you recognize that name? Still my goat. And Jinxie also being quite a prolific figure in the Kausa scene. They're all around. I think they're playing on Omni Nights now, which had that crazy like rivalry with Lunettes, which is one of the EEA sister teams. So we hear about Omni Nights quite a lot. Potato, I believe, plays for is it? No, you know what? I'm completely misremembering. I have no idea who Potato is playing for. And then Leah, obviously, Limo Ross, playing that Genji that we know them for.
I love how you went into that with full confidence. You are the analyst of this, my friend. So you're going to have to pull in all the secret background knowledge of these gods and all the shouts coming out in the Twitch chat of people that they know. We're going to be starting with our mystery heroes on Ilios, and now all that Lix is going to be interested in is the boops.
I want to see Boop City.
So, Ilios, I'm glad that we actually go to the control points for the mystery heroes, because I think it's going to determine a lot of what the success for either of these teams is. If you come out with like triple tank at the beginning of this, you are in for a good time unless you have 0 supports. On the other side, if you only have supports, you actually have a decent chance to run through these maps. And just the priority here, maybe for the first time ever in some of their careers, don't die.
So actually, a little correction. This is Rolock Mystery Heroes. So it's going to be 1-2-2. So at least we won't have something crazy like 5 Bastions. That's just not possible. And also what's nice is that we are on a control map, and it's about as chaotic as Mystery Heroes is. So I feel like there's a fair shout, but also it's RNG, so it might not be as fair as what happened to my team in our first game, because we had double Widowmaker and they had dive.
That's when you want to die. It's just someone, please, off the map right now. But we are going to be going through to ruins to start us off. At least this, out of all of the maps, is probably the most static, most reliable of the maps. And so now you really would actually want that double hit scan from distance. Clownwatch going to be coming through there and having a remarkably viable team comp to start us off.
So, as far as I understand, you pick your first hero and then you're roll locked from there.
Okay.
So this seems to be like what they actually want to play. And
Deborah chose
yeah,
Bastion? Toxic.
I mean, definitely one of the picks of all time.
It is
We
indeed
also see the
an
venture
ability
ball
to
on the
come
other
in.
side.
Or Venture on that side. Okay, Jinxie going to be sent back. Good luck on choosing your new tank into this role, but it puts Comic Relief on the back burner right now. Soup going to be credited with that kill. On the other side, Cassidy for both sides going to be looking, poking, prodding from each side. Blue decides to take a step back. Clownwatch with the majority of the share on that point when it starts to tick up, and they are going straight away for the click, but the double clicks! Oh, the clicks! Blue coming out as an absolute madman, now able to drop death down onto Deborah, and very feasibly and justifiably punishes Deborah for that pick at the end.
So as far as I know, Blue is actually a flex DPS, but I remember Blue very clearly as like a Cassidy player, because that's what he played on Teacher's Lounge, and he was just dominating everyone, and he's just doing it again. I mean, Blue just getting that double headshot, opening it up completely, and then forcing them off onto some interesting plays. I mean, they literally have meta backline on Comic Relief.
And we get to see for the first time in a Rumble the Freya pick. Yes, that's the name of the character, right?
Yes.
Yes, indeed. It's been a while since I've jumped into the game, but going to be interested to see how these guys coming through there and combine that with the Hanzo Clownwatch looking and poking and prodding, but so difficult to come through. Blue already having built up that ultimate and pulls it off, gets the double kill. Comic Relief with absolutely every bit of tempo in this game.
Yeah, they're controlling this this engage very well. I mean, Clownwatch is not really getting to do what they want. Granted, their comp is not very fantastic because they have two of the Swedish women on the back line, and there's like no healing, but it's fine because they have Roadhog. So, honestly, how do you even engage into an Orisa like this when Blue is just clicking heads and Tox is on Venture?
Well, Deborah going to be starting us off with a nice wall out there. That's going to at least give them some space to move up and the ability to go forward. But Comic Relief's not giving them any of that opportunity. Fishy Pop was trying for the flank around the outside. Now has been spotted out by the team and they can start punishing or pushing forward. Even with the Brig coming in there. Brig's too much abounding on this map, and Fishy Pop forced into a bit of a retreat. Does get out that ultimate, decides to take a breather, knowing that they've secured Toxin Socks out of position. And Clownwatch finally have an opportunity to start pushing forwards. They're going for that angle to cut off Blue and mitigate what they are able to do in this fight. Orisa Jinxie on the smallest sliver of HP manages to get back to the team, but they've got an entire beats to work against. Clownwatch with a final chance onto the point manages to pick up a good double kill there. And Toxin Socks does still have that ultimate in hand if they want to try and pop it out to salvage this, but may just actually be going back. Actually, no, go straight back onto the point. There's the retreat out. Realizing how important that is, but not out of the woods just yet. There comes Soup, the close range Widowmaker. Is all that it needs to deny Comic Relief and get Clownwatch some percentage ticking up.
So what's nice is in this, your ult doesn't just go away. If you die and switch to a new character, you will still have your ultimate. So now, instead of Tox having that Venture ult, you have the Pulse Bomb and the Widow is gone.
Makes full use of that straight away. Sometimes then it might be viable to hold that on and hope you get a better character. It's Comic Relief going to be coming back in. They've now got the big Reinhardt shield to deal with it and creates the space once more. Blue just unassailable, uncontestable on the Cassidy. Manages to pick up one. Deborah with the return kill. And the little Cassidy Jewel decides to try go in close, but it was too little, too late. Comic Relief, they take map number 1.
It's kind of funny how when Comic Relief supports died, which was on the Juno Brig, they got another Juno. And it's just like, how do you compete with a stable backline when their backline was Brig, then it was Lucio something, and now it's Lifeweaver Lucio. Like, it's so hard to play into a solid support line that can help each other. I mean,
Yeah.
Bab Juno not as great, but still, there's Lamp, there's Speedring. Juno's ult is insane. Blue is still on Cassidy. It's looking a little bit difficult to assail.
Yeah, I mean, right now, what is Deborah supposed to do? Go into the back line with literally no follow-up? Mole's going to have to be on that as well, and Blue, with that freedom, now going to take a nice long path around to the right-hand side and have a nice shooting gallery to come in. And who are you expecting to really challenge us? Maybe Toxin Socks going to be able to pull off something with that Hanzo. But Blue certainly stays in a safe position as Jinxie walking around, trying to assert some dominance right now. And the late pull comes through, and actually it's right into the waiting arms of that Fire Strike token, going to get taken down. Deborah not going to be unhappy, I'm sure, to be sent back to spawn and maybe able to swap up as Sigma. The last one left alive, and whoa, fishy. Jinxie, that was a little close.
Very scary. We definitely the chutzpah of this Reinhardt is coming in spades, but it's quite an interesting comp to play into now because now they have the Reinhardt of their own, and it's going to be Rein duel, and they also now have this Venture, which could be quite big for them.
Yeah, Venture has a lot of space to work with, and you've got Deborah as well, who's obviously very competent and confident, up on the high ground on the Sojourn, able to finally challenge out the Cassidy. Blue still yet to fall, but first pick comes out, and there goes Jinxie. Reinhardt duel lost to the pure brute force healing and the added speed given into by the Cloud Watch supports, and they managed to take that possession of this. I don't think that this series as a whole is going to be a one-sided affair, Lex.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, obviously, we are working with a little bit of like comp diff here. There's a little bit of RNG, but still, these players are playing with enough skill that you can see that it's not going to be very one-sided.
Oh, okay.
Nice
And
Blue.
Blue continues with this sort of thing, though. I mean, that was such a nice stamp of authority and drawing the battle line by Clown Watch there. There was a good pin to start off, and now they're worried the Shadow goes awry, and that will be the last thing that Jinxie can add towards this team fight. Is once more Comic Relief. They take the numbers advantage, and Fishy Bob actually going to be raised up, going to charge down the supports, keep everyone off. They've still got the possession of the point, so Clown Watch going to be happy with how that fight played out.
Yeah, Clownwatch also now having the double hit scan into the Pharah. Tox not going to have that great of a time. However, Tox is going to do that.
Of course he is, and I mean they even had the mercy to back it up, but Tox are wasting no time. This is an in-your-face Pharah, and once more it's a lone Reinhardt left along the point. Going to be no res to take that, and Cloudwatch, they eventually do give up. They've got a good percentage, so they can come back in with whatever ult Soup has, and it's going to be the Venture.
And my question is, did I just caster curse that? Did I just say something was going to happen, and then Tox was like, no, not going to happen like that?
That's pretty much
because,
the entire job of a caster, yeah.
Yes, very much. It's just to make people prove me wrong. But Tox is looking for this barrage here, and it could be absolutely devastating.
Oh, huge. Gets the perk to move with it as well. Gets in above the supporting lineup, and it's going to be a quick fight, despite Soup trying optimistically to drop the Venture ult out there. Actually is getting a lot of people low, so sticking around for a little bit, but if there was only some damage to follow up on that, has to get back out there and has to deal with two people in the air. The only people who could actually close the distance is really a very late stagger, but well played to keep that out. And instead, it's Comic Relief trying to gain. Tox not out of the fight for long, goes straight back in, eliminates Mole, and some nice torpedoes from the sky. Going to make sure that token mitigated from the fight. Soup still trying valiantly on the back line, but actually turns the point.
This Echo dupe can be quite huge. I mean, if they just like try and push with these ultimates that they have, because I mean, they now have Grav, they now have Copy, they now have Ilaria ult. If they just push, they keep it.
That did not work out. You cast a curse that spontaneously and fantastically. That was immediately taken care of, and instead it's going to be Jinxie's ult that's going to start this fight off in a bad place. Actually pulled out of the Graviton Surge. Fishy Bob trying desperately to give their team a lifeline back into it, but they do have multiple ultimates. Big Lucio barrier keeps everyone alive. Huge move up to follow it up on Mole. Takes Jinxie out of the fight, and This Clown Watch has got a chance back into this. They're in last fight territory, and they just need to systematically eliminate everyone here. Blue gets the Zarya trapped on the other side of the wall, but Fishy Pop actually going deep into enemy territory is now in a dangerous position. No heals to follow up there. Clown Watch, they need to keep this overtime ticking over.
Yeah, it's just not fair. I mean, they're running into Blue over there, and he's doing Blue things. How are you supposed to deal with him when he's playing Mei and Cass and heroes that he normally plays? It just like Mr. Heroes sometimes is like that, where you get characters that you have no clue how to play, or you're just really bad at them. They're like not your character. And then the other team just always gets that one guy who gets his character and just gets to run over the entire team.
I mean, yeah, when you go from the Cassidy to the Mei, those are basically the same hero in every aspect, but they have such a similar play style towards that sort of close to mid-range, eliminates opponents. The right-click of Mei is a potent way to get through there. And I mean, Toxin Socks, I feel kind of stole that play of the game at the end of there. Blue put in certainly more of those impactful ultimates throughout there, but a great fight, and Comic Relief coming through with a handed 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite strong from Comic Relief. We really saw the DPS do their work. Jinxie was taking space the whole time, and then, I mean, with a Break Juno backline, what is there to do?
Yeah. Unlucky at that stage. The Reinhardt shield is he's not even a character that can survive on low healing. I mean, there was like the Roadhog for a round who can make up the difference in healing when you don't have the best support lineup. But other than that, when you're alone on the point, we also saw, I think it was Soup. Soup was there so often, just going, okay, guys, I got the kill. Oh, wait, everyone's dead.
Yeah. That happened quite a lot. I mean, the team just kind of runs, and then Super's like, yes, I'm going to go and get it, which valiant attempt. And then, unfortunately, the rest of the team is already dead.
So map number 1, firmly in the bags here for Comic Relief. And we head now to Overwatch 2 Heroes Only. And I don't know if you saw any particular players that are going to be happy about this. I mean, it is quite a limited roster, but is Jinxie really well known for something like the Junker Queen that could change us around here for the Clown Watch side?
To be fair, I'm not really very familiar with Jinxie's hero pool, but I know that they have been playing the Brawl for Omni Knights quite a lot. It's kind of that Brawl and Dive kind of combo. I believe they've been playing a lot of Winston, a lot of Ramatra, so maybe we see the Ram, maybe we see some Dive, potentially even some Hazard if they've been playing that, because we are on Eichenwalde. It's a dive map, this one. We just probably gonna see some Hazard.
An old favorite, and Hazard would work so well here with that verticality. Being able to control that high ground has been a prevalent aspect of the meta since this map was released back in Overwatch 1. So certainly wouldn't be surprised to see it. It would work a lot better, at least from the second point onwards, than the Junker Queen to come out there. But there are a lot of other characters that will also like to take advantage. I mean, we saw Deborah when they swapped onto the Sojourn, was doing a great job at that. And this is a map that I think you could get a lot of value out of Sojourn.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Sojourn currently is quite meta, and just such a versatile character. I mean, you can play Soj in Brawl, you can play Soj in Dive, you can definitely play Soj in Poke. The character is just so versatile.
There we are. We actually see Soup picking up the Sojourn at the beginning of this. Deborah going back. Wait a second, Bastion's not an Overwatch 2 character.
Deborah. Jinx making a valid point, though. But still, it's kind of a little bit cringe.
If we had to include anyone who has had a rework, that opens up like half the roster. So we'll send that through to the admins to discuss afterwards. On the other side, Sojourn again going to be picked up, this time in the hands of Blue. Toxin Socks going to bring out the Freya. Very interesting pick here, but it's one that can, again, just be so nice around these little angles on the side, being able to take the high ground consistently. And both teams throwing out the Kiriko, unsurprising, one of the most versatile supports in the game. Going for Clown Watch for that Ilari, though, is an interesting play. Certainly is a nice character on defense. And then on the other side, the Juno, with that extra bit of speed, could open up that opportunity to close down the fight when you've gotten yourself a little bit of an advantage. Instead, it's this fight for the high ground. Sojourn versus Bastion. Deborah going to be the victor in that.
Yeah, so the Freya actually is such a hard meta character. I don't think I've seen an OWCS game without Freya, except when she's banned, because this character has insane high burst damage, can kind of just like get you around a corner if you're low and you've been tagged by that shot. I mean, it's over.
Talk about just getting around a corner there. It was moments of very tense, hard breathing, I'm sure, for Fishy Pop as they get around. But it is Jinxie's Junker Queen that's going to fall at the beginning of this, and Deborah causing an absolute menace on this Bastion right now is consistently Comic Relief looking for an angle into this fight, poking and prodding, not really coming away with too much.
Yeah, I mean, they're struggling to get into this this choke because they're holding it so well. The Junker Queen is taking up all of the space, and they are not getting the picks needed to kind of bust open this fight. But there are ults coming up now, so hopefully these ults will kind of swing the fight in the way of Comic Relief.
Yeah, ults available on the other side as well. Clown Watch with 4 of their own can now certainly use these in the tempo that they so desire. And this is, I think, the big part of the Ilari. We see the Rampage coming through there, finds the solo Jinxie trapped in that side corner and can't get out, cannot get healed up, cannot be saved. The game, Comic Relief kind of sent back. They've got nearly everyone online, so this might just be an entire pump and dump opportunity to get through there. And I mean, maybe starting off with that Kiriko, the Fox would be a really nice way to create that opening when they're all grouped up back together. And then you got the Ilari to contest the point. Here we go. It is the Kitsune Rush to start us off. And again, looking for something into this. TP's deep into the front lines, but the flex from Clown Watch, it's a little too good. They've lost Soup at the end of it, but not before managed to get a viable kill on the other side. And once more, Comic Relief, they finally touched the point. Here comes the Orbital Ray, trying to keep everyone that's still alive left up. It's just ring around the rosy for Deborah on the Bastion to stay alive for as long as needed for Token to secure that. And with that elimination of the support, it really is up to Jinxie. You got some heal, you got some sustain, but it's not going to last you against 4 players on the other side.
Yeah, that's quite a rough fight. I mean, you dump pretty much every single ult into that, and you still haven't broken the choke. Now you should probably go back to the drawing board, which Blue has done, switch to Sombra. But how is the Sombra really going to help other than draw aggro and kind of get people to go to the point? I'm not quite sure. But hopefully Blue has a plan.
Of course, Blue has a plan, and going straight for that back line. They do manage to get the first kill out there. That is one of the impactful DPSs, that meta pick that you were talking about so much. What a grenade coming out from Deborah. Finds that pick on Toxin Socks, and now with full turret form has the space to go onto the point, looking and prioritizing those supports, but and just to get nothing out of that, and actually going to extend a little bit too far. This is Comic Relief. They managed to finally break through that choke point early, and now they get to run amok on the points. Gets one more afterwards. Fishbuff goes down. Token just afterwards. Good cleanup on the pylon for anyone looking to recontest. And this finally might be the break, as late as it possibly could come in for Comic Relief. And they've got that ultimate. Ooh, late little pick there. But it's not enough to give Clown Watch a space back onto the point. So we are going to stage number 2.
Yeah, okay, maybe I don't doubt Blue again. Blue definitely had a plan there. Just like surgically picking off people in the back line one by one, and they all just start disappearing. And you think, where the hell is my team? It's Blue. Blue took them. Probably is holding them hostage in his basement.
Isn't that the name of the game right now for these two teams, though? Clown Watch consistently, they don't I don't know if their communication is lacking or something, but there is constantly fights brawling all over here as Comic Relief look to take control of the high ground, but good pull in from the back line. But again, it's Fishy Bob coming out there, does manage to actually clean up that last kill, and they lost a couple of kills of their own, but they've stabilized for now, and now they get to come in with some big ultimates. On the other side, Blue building up that EMP so quickly will have it available for the next fight.
You mentioned the disjointedness of these teams, but that's kind of what you expect to happen in these in these community tournaments, because these aren't really players that play together often and scrim together. They don't know how you think. So it's kind of to be expected, but still, Comic Relief making good work. Probably some really vocal calls from the experienced players in this team.
Oh, and it's working for them again. Blue, being that destructive force on the DPS role, manages to get that hack out there, sees where the Junker Queen is trying to come in now, and look at the mobility, quickly moving from target to target, misses out on the virus, but still enough of an aim to be able to claim that, and straight away up onto the high ground, seeing that the pylon is here, but they're quite happy that their opponents are stuck up here. Decides to head out there. Ooh, nearly gets taken out there, and this is maybe too far, Soup. You have landed in the middle of your opponents, and looking now for that EMP from the high ground. It bursts onto the face of Deborah, gets taken out. Token falls shortly afterwards. Meanwhile, the payload has not stopped moving. Comic Relief, after struggling on point number 1, they've got 30 seconds left to find this point number 2.
Blue kind of showing us a masterclass of why Sombra should be banned in every single comp game, because this character gets away with murder. Every time gets into that backline. Oh my days! That was an insane rail from Soup. But as I was saying, Sombra just gets into the backline, hack, virus, pick him off, leave. Hack, virus, pick him off, leave. And you just have to do that on cooldown. But yeah, that was an insane ult from Soup there at the end. Actually, Queen Jax's the queen over there.
I mean, to be fair, there was one side of the payload where they were going at that stage. That was the most lined up shot they could have, but the pick off it, the use of that ultimate at that moment just before was sublime. Picked up an early kill before then, and it was kind of like a desperate last minute maneuver from Jinxie to try and claim them back into it, but with too little HP, does get denied out, and suddenly Clownwatch have got their way back into the series. It's amazing to see what they can do when they're on a composition that they feel comfortable with. And that was a very disciplined choice of heroes, considering they came in. They knew how they wanted to play their first point and were able to just, with the pylon, with the control of the Junker Queen on that first choke, they were able to stall out so much time.
So what I'm worried about and what I'm seeing currently is the Freya Soj on defense. Now, that is an insane amount of burst damage for people who just hit their shots, which Toxin Blue are doing. So Clownwatch have this mountain to climb where they need to not take poke, but peek one of the most scary angles in Overwatch. Because that Eichenwald choke, that first choke, is just, it's a nightmare. They just have free high ground. There's only really two ways you can go. Not fun. So we'll see how they choose to assail this.
And I mean, what is the alternative for Clownwatch? Look how many options they have. The token there on the Ilari wants to poke, Mole wants to poke, Soup wants to poke, and everyone else kind of just big chunky targets that you can lay in damage. Jinx are going to take full advantage if they ever show themselves. So Comic Relief, certainly I would say, have got the better options coming into this, and this could be just as devastating as Soup trying to slide out. They get picked off on the off angle by Blue and says, I am the Alpha Sojourn. And right now, Clownwatch, they need to just worry about staggering out too much of their time on this sort of fight. And again, that combo of the Mauga and the Alari is iconic when it comes to Overwatch. Fishy Pop has no choice back into this, caught between a rock and two blazing guns, and gets punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, now that they have the Mauga takes up so much space and can just kind of like be very aggressive and make space for this Freya, which can then just like dash around the corner and then ruin your entire life with that 90 HP burst shot. So it's so hard for them to just push into this because they have no speed. The Juno makes it really easy for them to just kite anything that Clownwatch tries. And it comes down to just raw 1v1 winning, right? It feels more like an arena than a map.
I mean, even right now, Clownwatch got such a nice opening towards that fight. They take out the Mauga, who is the real person stopping them from just walking forwards. But Comic Relief, they continue with that fancy footwork around and around, and with the characters that are available, like you say, especially with that burst potential, you can be there, put on serious damage, put on serious threats, and then be gone in a second as soon as someone starts to look at you and open up an opportunity. It's all about the distraction game coming through here. And now going to be able to hold on to these ultimates. Kitsune Rush dropped as Clownwatch decide to go through, and Mauga puts up a big impenetrable wall to separate off the people who've committed to the point. Now it's going to be up to the rest of Clownwatch. How well can you try and stay alive? And they've still got 2 there. Soup is on the point alongside Fishy Pop. Fishy Pop, without any sort of top up there, eventually going to go down. And it was all just about a timing affair there for Comic Relief.
I mean, they tried to maybe do the split thing, have their tank and their DPS on point, but the supports kind of got locked up by Jinxie there, which, I mean, really heads-up play from Comic Relief. Jinxie kind of just holding everybody back, and then the rest of their team can just deal with the people on point, right? So it's just... At this point, it's starting to look like you need to reconsider what's going on. And I mean, actually, coming out on the Freya Soj, definitely a good reconsideration, because now you have that same kind of poke back, that same kind of burst damage back.
Yeah, I think Token is still great on the Alari. It allows for the poke even more. You know, there's not a lot of people coming to do the homework of clearing out that pylon, so you now give your people the opportunity to just constantly flex back and forth, but not when they've been trapped up in a cage, unfortunately. Jinxie goes in the aggression and has plenty of HP to work with. Good bouncing coming out there from Fishy Pop on the Junker Queen, but it just gets, again, trapped back in that little left-hand corner. Mauga chewing through there, and no one else able to rally this and come help. So Soup doing well with the overclock, though. Manages to pick up the counterpart on blue. But it's basically all that they can try and evict from this fight, as Clownwatch, once more, just stalled out right now.
Yeah, I mean, Clownwatch really need to make something work of this Ilaria ult, but they are kiting so well, and with that unlucky little hit against the wall, I mean, there's not much more left. I kind of want to say it, but I also don't want to say it. So I'm not going to say it. I might cast a curse.
And we can officially say
There
that
it
was
is, yeah.
that was Soup trying desperately on the Sombra to come back in there, but it's exactly like you say. That was the entire strategy for Comic Relief. We were saying Clownwatch had such a good defensive lineup, but when it came to attack, Comic Relief, they were just nowhere to be found. I mean, that Alari ult was the epitome of it. You come out, you're like, all right, all I need is 1, maybe 2 kills, and there was just a desert in front of you.
Yeah, nothing but crickets. The mobility of this team, the high damage, absolutely insane. Like, how do you follow up with any of that? Freya has like what, 50 million dashes. Sojourn can slide, and there's a perk that gives Sojourn a second slide. Mauga can just like run onto you. It just the whole time you're playing like hide and go seek, but it's dangerous, and you can probably die.
It's like Dead by Daylight or something at that stage. It's just
Honestly,
like,
at this point.
It becomes a horror game as you go, okay, we're tracking this person, they've just gone around the corner, they want like 2 HP, I'm going to step out into a more dangerous position, and I've evaporated because there's cross angles from everywhere. And that is something that Eichenwald is renowned for. It's not just the lovely archway that's a part of that choke point. It's the fact that you got stairs on one side and stairs on the other side. You got people who can just tack around behind the big central pillar. There is 14 angles, which seem to be populated by at least 43 of your opponent's DPS that you are trying to worry about. So without some sort of big shield in front of you, you really can't afford to take a poke battle there, and it just came off. And I'm disappointed in that. I was very happy with how Clownwatch played that first half, and I thought this might have been the opportunity to take a map back.
Yeah, I mean, the defense really gets to angle max on Eichenwald, because you have that like little pillar behind the big archway, and you already have like 3 angles, one at the top, 2 from the sides, then you can also go around them, and it just there's too much to look at. Whereas the offense, you can only go down main, or you can go down that tiny little corridor, and that's a terrible idea because they have a Mauga. Yeah. What do you do?
I mean, we did see a Clownwatch trying to do that a couple of times. Junker Green pushing around the side there, and it goes into a gigantic Samoan who's got 2 blazing barrels, and you're going, okay, maybe not that path, but what's the alternative? No speed boost to get you through there to make a quick play. They did at least manage to get to the point at one stage, but then the Mauga just comes and stands between you, and you're going, all right, team, we don't have a team. The same old story, time and time again. But we are going to be going to map number 3, the last chance for Clown Watch to be able to come back into this series. And it is Hanamura. This is the 2CP, one of the most beautiful maps, in my opinion, of the game.
Honestly, a map I would live in, not play on. Because it's so gorgeous. But oh my days, playing Hanamura B is pain and suffering. Just all of those angles, you know?
Yeah. I mean, this is the opportunity when you're approaching second point. You finally do have multiple routes. When it comes to point A, though, again, you have a tiny little window with high ground advantage on the defender side, and then a doorway. Those are your options right now. So right now, at least, we don't have to worry about Overwatch 2 heroes only. Typical lineups that you like to see on this map, Lex.
I'm not gonna lie, I expect to see the Freya Soge again. With that same idea of, the archway that we had on Eichenwald, and now we have this big doorway on Hanamura. There's like a massive red cross. There's just like a X. Shoot here. Like, how are you supposed to not die when you just walk through? So, I'm hoping to see Clown Watch play a little bit faster. On this attack, try and get through that choke and try and set up, because if you get stuck in that choke and they play the Freya Surge, it just looks unassailable. So maybe there's a Lucio, maybe there's a Juno. I just want to see Lucio. I might be biased, but I'm looking to see just faster pace. Yeah.
And I think there are opportunities for that. Even when you think of the tanks that have been introduced since Hanamura was actually available, you've got stuff like the Wrecking Ball and the Doomfist. You've got actual opening opportunities, people who can break through that choke point and make people turn around and follow them, which then allows the rest of your team to follow through there. It's not just hide behind the shield and hope it doesn't break by the time you cross the courtyard. So very interested to see this. And I mean, a shield would go a long way at mitigating a lot of those off angles that you talk about. Even if you're not able to get onto the DPS and kill them or challenge them, you do have at least some way to go, okay, everyone, our go callers now, let's move and block line of sight and then get that like more enclosed space on the point and dance around and keep your support safe behind the bell. Something like that could be viable, but it's interesting to see what the depth of these hero pools is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting to see a little bit of Winston. Because I feel like Winston can give you that like quick engage. Because now we have Dive. Now we have Winston, we have D.Va, we have Bull, we have all of these Overwatch 2 character or Overwatch 1 characters that can get through that choke a lot faster. And if there are DPS that can follow up with these dives, I feel like Freya and Soge suddenly lose that power. Because now you're not just sitting there and you have to like force your way through and you're chugging and you're kind of like sitting on top of a target. Now you are hunting one. And if we have that good coordination from Clownwatch, I think they can take this map. Yeah.
And there's certainly now options as well on how to follow up on something like you said, the Winston. I'm a little bit more of a fan of the D.Va personally. Just again, I'm not a pro player. You are. So I'm going to take your word for it. But even the D.Va has the ability to consistently keep up with the mobility that Sojourn and Freya have a little bit better than Winston. And so you can eat that damage, get in nice and close. You might have an Echo following you through there who's now being able to actually lay in the damage that you want on top of it. And again, with a lot of the perks that have come out, someone like D.Va and those micro missiles, which will absolutely chew through one of the DPS if we do go that late into it, it provides a lot of opportunities. So Clownwatch has shown that they have the intelligence, they have the wherewithal on how to choose a team comp for a designed purpose. But they have struggled on attack before, and so this could end up being rather a short map if they choose to go for, as you said, like Overwatch 1 terminology, those defensive lineups.
Yeah. So if they like chug on and they like try to take their little steps in, I just don't think it works. So with you even making the D.Va shout out, me currently playing DPS in this tournament, I hate playing into D.Va. It's not fun. None of my bullets go anywhere, and it doesn't do anything. So maybe that is even the shout here if they do play the Freya Surge, because now you can just kind of eat all of their bullets, make space for your team to then get through, because now you're not being poked out as much, and you're not taking all of this burst damage. The only thing is what happens when defense matrix runs out. Actually, it never does. It just doesn't feel like it does. So
Silly question.
yeah, why did I even ask that? Diva defense matrix just goes forever. So
Right.
yeah.
It's like 17 and a half seconds that you have to work with. Don't worry about it. They'll be able to find something. But we are going to be going into it. Hanamura, map number 3. The last point that Comic Relief will need to be able to clinch out this game. And we go into it. Beautiful map. Look at this. Just
gorgeous.
ornate. Is there still a hunter arrow in the door there? It looks like they've removed that. I will be disappointed. Look at that. The law inaccurate. Unplayable map.
Unplayable. Yeah, sorry, we gotta go back to lobby. Need a new map. Just tell them reroll. We gotta go again. Yeah, this is already looking a little bit interesting.
Okay.
The Orisa? Are we getting baited? Is this for
No,
real?
but with the Symmetra.
Yes. So I don't know if Sim is just like a TP out of spawn kind of thing, or we're going to TP onto point, because if you do, that just kind of removes the whole issue of there is doorway. Because now there is people on the point.
And I mean, the rest of the lineup also leans itself towards that. We're just going to quickly TP to point. I mean, you don't typically TP out of spawn when you're on a 2CP map. That would be an absolute waste. This is a design strat. Comic Relief is coming in with a game plan and is known for these lovely plays. Toxin Socks taking the lead on that and just needs to get the spot out on the other side. Clown Watch, they've got a lot of burst damage. They know how to take the slow, but there goes the TP onto point. Gonna have the May wall to also solidify that up. Goes up immediately. Sim turrets onto the point. This is typical Overwatch 1, and the car wash starts, blocks the doorway with the icicle again. There's blue. And the trades start coming out there. Jinxie's managed to find one. On the other side, Suit goes down. At least did manage to take one, and Jinxie holding firm. Orisa, once they're set up there, it's a desperate dive in there, but Clownwatch has done it. It took them a couple of seconds. They didn't even need to give away a tick, though.
They capped the point.
Oh,
They
wow, that was quick. My bad. I wasn't even watching percentage. I thought they still had time to contest that. I was going, surely they got at least a tick off that. But yeah, a design strategy. Too little, too late, apparently, and they're going to go again. Now on the left-hand side. I'm a terrible player by Playcast. I'm sorry.
I think Clownwatch maybe forgot to touch the point there. They were so like occupied with this whole Comic Relief flipping the map, getting worried that, oh no, we just need to not die. Oh, the point. They capped it. Now what? So,
Kind of an important part of Overwatch, those objectives, right?
yeah.
Now they've got the opportunity. Maul taken out by a beautiful javelin by Jinxie and can start chewing through their presence felt in the back line. Graviton Surge thrown out onto a single player, and it's Fishy Bob going, all right, it's the good old standard, where is my team? Tries to buy some time, does actually manage to get a couple of kills. The Maywall blocks off a good line of sight, but Potato, the last one left alive, and yes, just double checking. Yes, okay, there was no point taken.
Excellent news. So, the problem here that Comic Relief walk into is the classic 2CP spawn problem. Because now you need to take one clean fight, and if two people stay alive, that fight isn't won. Because the spawn times are just so insane, and the map just lends itself for extended B point fights. So, we might even celebrate my 25th and 26th birthday before Comic Relief cap this point. So it's just like it needs to be one clean fight. We're looking for a quick removal of Clownwatch, and then they get to gap.
The big thing right now is Comic Relief has got their ultimates online, and the ultimates that they have are potentially entire team wiping. I mean, you get a really nice blizzard onto the point if Clownwatch doesn't keep their spacing right. Blue in a dangerous position, only just manages to get that ice block off in time. But yeah, that and then once you're there, you can stall out for as long as you need. Rally to open up the doorway and go through there. Here comes Blue from the top line. We've seen him do wonders on this May already, but it's been such a good play from Clownwatch to keep that distance away from each other. Instead, they take the high ground. They use the symmetrical wall actually on the left-hand side of point. Jinxie drops down and needs some support, but constantly chasing after Deborah, who kills herself and themselves, unfortunately, even with the nano boost on there. Here comes the May ice block. The blizzard on point shuts down any chance of Fishy Pop to get back into this. So half the points. There's two ticks up already. And with the May wall, this is going to be difficult to recontest. It's not going to happen. Comic Relief, they finish it off a single opportunity.
And only with one gray hair on my beard, I think we got quite far. It was a lot faster than I expected. It feels like maybe the devs were like, yes, we know that that's a problem. The spawn seemed a little slow there, so that's kind of a little bit of a feather in their cap. I'll give them that. But 3 minutes on Hanamura is crazy work. They had 6 minutes on point A because we forgot the point. There was maybe a letter number combination that some people may be thinking of. But yeah, so now with this Torb Junkrat on defense, is that
okay?
Is this
They're
real?
gonna be clowning.
Chat, is this real?
I wouldn't go to chat for this, Licks. I've been looking at chats and half of them don't even know what 2CP is. This is for those who are uninitiated. You just have to capture first point, and then what you do is you go to second point, and that's why it's called 2CP. 2 capture points. Amazing, right? But Clownwatch coming through. Not a lot of changes up there, and I don't like this lineup. This is very much a slow play it out, and against Junkrat, against the Torb turrets, against Discord orbs, you are setting yourself in for a bad time if you're a Clownwatch. So we'll see. I don't think they'll be able to take it as quickly, certainly, but always surprises that can happen. Let's cast a curse this as hard as I can.
Yeah, the brawl into this is quite brave. It's very spammy. There's so much damage that you can be taking in your rotates. Your Ana is just kind of like open, and yeah, just I'm really worried that they don't make it through this choke because lots of damage.
Yeah, I mean, what is the caster even supposed to do into this? Super's a good player, but you're going to have to find some sort of angles, and against the Zen orbs that are constantly coming out there, you can see Clownwatch just forced to hide behind the doors, one after another. Token going to be the first kill secured here for Comic Relief, and again, it just comes through those bouncing balls of death from Junkrats, and Harissa, Jinxie just topped up completely uncontested from in terms of air and potato. They've got all the space that they want to. No one can really challenge them on the back line, and this is why we were such a big fan of Dive coming into this. Jinxie can continuously play these angles, gets topped up, hides behind the doorway for just half a second, anti-healed up, so has to eat a lot of damage, and Soup going to be the next one to fall down. So Clownwatch, maybe back to the drawing board and do it quickly. You only have 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they have no speed boost, they have no like quick engage, no mobility with the full team. The longer Junkrat gets to be in a fight, the more chance there is for an RNG like mine to just hit you on top of your head from some angle that you couldn't even calculate. But at least now we have the Doomfist. So now there's mobility, now there's engage. Let's just see how they use it.
Yeah, I like this. This is what I was saying, is Doomfist or Wrecking Ball were my two options on how to actually approach that backline, and Fishy Pop making immediate value out of that, takes care of the Torb turrets and forces out the tire. Toxin Sock's going to delay this by a little bit, but I don't know if it's enough, as Fishy Pop lingering around this forced Comic Relief to take a couple of steps back, and finally the challenge onto the backline doesn't manage to hit that onto the Zenyatta. Does at least force out the Transcendences of this fight, so buys the time, and the burp! There we go, Lex, you get a token, takes out Jinxie off the map. So rarely do we get to see that on Hanamura, and Clownwatch, with a little bit of innovation, find their way onto point number 1.
Excellent news. I love seeing Lucio's win. It just makes me feel so happy after Juno took everything from us Lucio players. But yeah, so we had this engage, and they did exactly what we needed them to do. They went forward. They didn't get stuck in that choke point. Junkrat, is doing Junkrat things, but didn't get to do it because they didn't sit in that choke. And that solves so many problems into this like really spammy, pokey, annoying comp to play into. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think Clownwatch is going to be happy as well. Obviously, that first fight was difficult. They tried the innovation. And if you guys don't know 2CP, the number of tricks you can use to get over that little gap on the left is great, but good awareness from Tox and Socks to keep that alive. Blue now maintains this pressure, and this doorway is so often the point where it stalls out. Jinxie uses that close quarters to their full advantage, and now actually has got Fishy Pop trapped in here with us, unfortunately. And Clownwatch back to the drawing board. Even Soup gonna get hammered down. Blue, that is just rude.
Toxic behavior. Oh my days. A hammer kill in 2025. Chat, is this real? Yeah, so that little stagger onto the Venture there, I don't know how nice that is for our team, but they're actually 5-man, so what do I know what I'm talking about? The spam is just coming in from all of the angles. It needs to be quick and clean now. But there's a tire. Oh, never mind.
Tire taken out, but it did at least force out the beat. So Clownwatch not going to have that. They're going to still try and force their way through with that added bit of HP. But Fishy Pop, the only one who's managed to get through. Actually, with all the mobility coming through there, all three of them are dead.
No.
And Blue gets another hammer kill. Of course.
Somebody lock this man up. Lock him up right now. Violation. That is a criminal offense, sir. The lack of ultimates here for Clownwatch, I think, is going to be their downfall in this next fight, because double support ult and barely a Kiri ult. What are we gonna do? It's a neutral that you probably don't win from this angle, because you need to get through that that main door, because there's a lot of spammy angles for Comic Relief to just kind of enjoy. But as I say that, Deborah gets a pick. So once again, being proven wrong.
You don't know anything about this, but Jinxie has got that ultimate waiting in the choke points, and this is where Clownwatch need to know them. Oh, there it goes. The cleanse was out a little early, but forces everyone into the corner. Does actually get topped up, though, so another ultimate dropped out here by the Comic Relief side, and Transcendence now not going to be able to stabilize them. They are at least holding the point for as long as they need. Deborah goes down late into this. I would love to see, every one of the Clownwatch players, now that they've swapped to... No! Oh, the number of environmental kills on Hanamura has been disproportionate to what this map actually normally gets.
Yeah, but now, I mean, there's more displacement abilities. I mean, Orisa has a javelin that knocks you back 5 million light years, about the length of the Nile River.
So not the place for logic, Lex.
Yeah, no place for logic, because this is absolute chaos. We get the nano out, which is great, but now Clownwatch kind of dying with the ultimates there. They can re-assail with these 3 ults. I mean, Kiriko ult, just kind of run them down, then Venture ult, and then beat if you need to live against Tire.
I think Clownwatch right now is okay. Tox, dangerous position to be in, friend, and it actually forces out the Venture ult. Not getting anything booped up off the ground means that this Geologist has no home there to retreat back to, and still claims the kill at the end of it. What I would have wanted to see when Clownwatch was still running the Doomfist was them going around the left-hand side. All of their members have got that ability to jump the gap, and that would have been a much easier angle right here where Jinxie is currently setting up. But it's a little too late, and now you got to worry about the Torp turret, and bye-bye, off the edge, a little wave goodbye by Jinxie. So much toxicity. The big win condition for me now, Lex, is Clownwatch and this Graviton Surge. This is the ultimate that they can actually catch everyone, but not when you've lost everything into this fight. Please don't drop it. Okay, they've got one more. They got 9 seconds, 8 seconds.
I just
Never
don't know
mind.
if they touch.
A little too late.
No, if they touch. I mean, it was definitely some interesting choices from when Soup and Tox had that little 1v1 in the small room. It is like having tea with Freddy Krueger. I just don't know if we do that. But also, yeah, I mean, Comic Relief coming out quite strong. It just feels like they understood how to play these silly little game modes a little bit better. No real, like, skill diff, more comp diff.
Yeah.
And it was the most apparent on this map, because they played the spam really well in the end. They took all of those angles. There was no space for Clownwatch to really do anything, and Comic Relief is just like spamming with a Junker. What do you do against that? Consider maybe a Sombra, consider maybe a Tracer to get around all of that unseen. But yeah, the Brawl tank with with the Lucio kind of just walking. I don't know if that's the play against spam.
I mean, it was exactly what we were talking about. Comic Relief with a clean 3-0 at the end of the day. And it comes down exactly to what you say. It was an intellectual planning difference. I mean, planning was no more evidence than with the Symmetra TP to first point. That is such a classic old school strat that when you haven't seen it 1,000 times, you're not expecting it. You're now trying to adapt on the fly, and so it is something that Clownwatch deserves a bit of credit for. Aside from the mystery heroes, they were always coming in with a game plan. It just didn't always work out exactly as they wanted, and their opponents had ways around it. You know, the defense of Eichenwald first point was a really nicely constructed team comp, but it was eventually counted out because Comic Relief were going, okay, we need to go towards the Sombo. They were more quick to adapt towards everything. Whereas when Comic Relief put up a strategy, there was so much hesitation. There were minutes burnt off the clock before there was any sort of reply from Clownwatch. And that was literally it. It was not a single player outplaying anyone else. Little asterisk, a little shout out goes to Blue on that Mystery Heroes, because that was the one place that he did actually have a chance to flex some individual mechanics and showed it off with aplomb.
Yeah, that first map also, I guess, kind of a little bit unlucky for Clownwatch, because now you have Blue on one of his mains, one of the characters that he's absolutely insane on, and you're kind of just like hoping you get what you want to deal with this, because you can't like go and switch and be like, oh, they have a Cassidy, let me switch and go and fix that. No, you can't do that. You're kind of locked by whatever the Overwatch gods decide to give you, and I don't think they were very happy. I don't know what Clownwatch did to upset the Overwatch gods, but the RNG was not in their favor, unfortunately.
Yeah. Double brig. Yeah, take that. That's what you get.
Like, here's double brig. Do with this what you may. And then, what do you do with a double brig? Yeah.
On the back 6 times, and that's it. That's what you got. That's your healing for the entirety of it. Because I don't even think that the Inspires stack at that stage. It wouldn't make sense for them to. So you're not exactly like topping up your team very quickly. But I mean, that was one map out of this entire series. A formidable team is Comic Relief, and certainly one with good leadership, good communication, good understanding of this game. So a team to be reckoned with in the rest of this tournament. Hey guys, it has been a pleasure. Lix, any final comments? Any players of the match? Any moments that you take away besides the Lucio Bips?
I've said Blue's name way too much for me not to call him MVP. He just was he was consistently a problem. He was a thorn in the side of Clownwatch, and just like the whole time, every time, struggling to deal with him. Not just because there's a skill lift, because I don't think that was the issue. I think his team around him made so much space for him and allowed him to just kind of flex. So yeah, again, Blue for me played so well with the resources he was given.
It's true, but Blue, we do have to say that this doesn't actually officially count. Getting 2 Torbjorn Hammer kills in a match does negate you from any MVP prizes. So we recognize your skill, but sorry, friend, that was not okay. That was not a nice way to do it. But guys, we hope you have enjoyed this match. We have one more game left tonight. It's going to be starting at 8 o'clock sharp, so don't go anywhere. You got nearly an hour to kill. Listen to all the beautiful music put together by Peach in the background if you like. But otherwise, we'll get to see you then. For now, congratulations once more to Comic Relief, and hope you're enjoying the Ringmasters Rumble. We'll be back just after this.
Cheerio.
Welcome back for the last game of the day here in the Ringmasters Rumble, hosted by Kauza. And next to me, of course, Sun Phoenix for the day. That side, that way. Right, camera's always hard to work. Sun Phoenix there. How you doing, my friend? And are you excited? You said this was your favorite tournament of the year. And you're muted. That would be it. That's how we start. Yep.
Nice. My first cast, guys. Not even my first cast today. That's the worst thing, right? Anyways, I love this tournament. It's great. As far as non-competitive tournaments go, this is my favorite, right? I love the wild cards. I love that they force players out of their comfort zone. And I love that every map we get a different thing. And it's kind of a great equalizer as well in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So it kind of pushes us towards more close matches in theory. So here's hoping we get some close matches.
Yeah, today has been a streak of sweeps at the end of the day. 2 games so far, both ending in a 3-0. And I like what you say about how it changes the dynamic. So often we have Glorious Blasters and other teams that just dominate week after week. We see a fixed meta of we are running dive on this map. We are running brawl on this map. Now, especially when we start the day with our role-locked mystery heroes, literally anything can happen. Lex and I were casting earlier, and the one team ended up with double Brigida on support. That changes everything.
Yeah, we had double Lifeweaver, double Anna at the same time, which is very interesting. But what ended up happening is that Apricornicus got on the Doomfist and then he never died. And that kind of thing can happen, you know. One player gets the hero and it all becomes a case of, you know, in Dota you would call it 4 Protect 1, but that's not something we often think about in Overwatch, but it's like, oh my god, we know this dude is hot on this hero. If we keep him on this hero, our chance to win goes up drastically. And it's just a completely different game at that point. And it tests your adaptability, it tests your depth of your hero pool. It provides a different experience for obviously the players, but more importantly to me, us as casters and viewers.
A different experience is what you are here to get. I'm sure if you've seen any Overwatch, you've seen us before. So we're going to bring you the action as best we can, but in a slightly more light-hearted way. The game itself, though, completely different. Sun Phoenix did mention the wildcards, and every single game changed it up. Last game, we got to see 2CP, which a lot of our community has never seen before. Hanamura there, shout out in the background of Sun's picture. Now we go on to something slightly different. Again, role-locked mystery heroes for map number 1, our control points, adds extra chaos to already a dynamic map. But then we go on to ultimate destruction, faster ultimate generation rates. And so going to be seeing all of those all over the place. And don't be afraid to press Q, it seems. And then for maps number 3 and 5, if we go that far, capture the flag. I don't know if we have ever run a capture the flag tournament here in South Africa.
I think we have once, right?
Right.
I think I've definitely seen competitive capture the flag once, but it's a mode you forget is in the game, right? I haven't thought about capture the flag in Overwatch maybe since a week after it came into the game. You know, where was that? 2018, 2019? God alone knows how that mode works. It's going to be a journey of discovery for all of us. But it's funny that you were saying a lot of the community wasn't even around when 2CP was around. One of the modes we had in our game that we casted 2 games ago was only DLC heroes. And hearing John Wack try and figure out which heroes were in the game at launch, because he didn't play at launch like the rest of us did, and like all of us old heads did. And he's like, oh, so they can pick Reinhardt? And I'm like, nope, that was when the game started, he was in the game. And it's just funny feeling old. A lot of things make you feel old in 2025 when you're our age, altruism, and that was just another one to throw in the pile.
Yes, I'm not a big fan of you just yeeting our ages out there. You guys
Just
can
say what they were. I just said that we are the same age.
in chat. Actually, please don't. Like that could offend a lot of people. It could really hurt us quite quickly. It's under the age of 40 is what I'm going to say to everyone. As long as you keep it there and thereabouts, you should be good.
Comfortably under the age of 40.
Comfortably. All right. So, what I'm interested as we get to see our matchup, it is going to be the Stage Hazards versus Mime Your Business, and these are very experienced players across both of these lineups. Kuragari, well known for the Widowmaker, and I would not be surprised to see it. This is one of those, if he gets that in in Mystery Heroes, you are not going to see Kirigari lose that at all. He's going to be playing 700 kilometers in the background. Meiwaku, again, also an experienced DPS player. Phoenix Tears, one of the most robust and reliable tanks on it. And then the duo, Tira and Sci-Fairy, again, well known for them. They came from Team Nameless and Ground Nation Talons. Also Mirage and Spectrum, respectively, between the two of them. But I mean, Phoenix Sears has to be the one that I love the most in terms of previous teams. Just lists who haven't I been on?
Yeah, he's been around for quite some time, been in and out of the scene a little bit. But hard to take eyes of Kuragari there right at the top. I think he's the player that kind of jumps out at you. Tira, most recently, part of Anomaly as well, so has some experience playing with teams nearer the top. But honestly, the player who stood out to me as a player we don't know that well is Kurigari's brother, Meiwaku. He really stood out in a big way on a very similar hero pool as Kurigari, it has to be said, but actually, showed that he's got similar skill set to his big bro. So looking forward to see if he can pop off here against what seems to be more even competition. Both of these teams currently 0-2, only taking one map so far. So it promises to be an even game, and hopefully all 10 of these players will be able to show their stuff.
That would be nice. But that's kind of terrifying that we have a brother duo there. They always seem to sharpen each other. On the other side, my caster turned DPS, well known for his support role, Lixodian, going to be coming out there. He claims he is a casual Sojourn player at best. So we're going to have to see how that is. Someone far more experienced with the role, of course, is Risen. Maverick taking up the tank the decision, and then again back to their old habits. Nova Queen and Sushi Roll. A lot of the EEA squads being showcased here on the second team.
Yeah, signed up together, all of them, I'm sure. We're seeing a lot of off-rolling as well. I watch with bated breath Lixodian on the DPS. The Lucio mains don't tend to have a great deal of transferable skills, but we'll have to wait and see what Lix brings to the table. Fable in the last game, actually known for his DPS, popping off on the Life Weaver of all things. So you never can tell in the Ringmaster's return what exactly each player is going to bring to the table. Eyes here on Risen, eyes here on the Maverick as well. Two players with a fairly significant rise to fame in recent months, it has to be said. So look forward to see what they bring to the table. And they're very solid and consistent backline. I know Sushi Roll, part of a Pride Cup winning squad in the past, so she knows what it takes to win these kind of tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, that I think could be a big defining factor for both these sides, is having good, solid backlines, and it's going to be a huge task for the DPS to try get on top of them and eliminate them early into the fights. And without that, both of the tanks going to fall shortly afterwards. So going to see how this goes. But we start, of course, with the control points. Lijiang Tower to take us away. And out of all of the control points, this has to be my favorite, both in terms of aesthetics, but also in terms of the diversity between control center and night markets. Even the gardens, just such a big open area that players can take advantage of. So any particular heroes that you would hope to see come out of the Mystery Heroes that we don't often get to see here, son?
Well, it's funny. Overwatch is kind of if you've been around for long enough, you've seen everything. It's not like some other games where there are some heroes that just never get picked throughout the competitive history of that particular game. Dota 2 has plenty of those. League of Legends has plenty of those heroes that have just never been meta viable. The Overwatch is not quite the same. The only heroes that, I mean, your Symmetras, your Torbjorns, those have been fleetingly popular at the best of times, so I wouldn't mind seeing that. Honestly, I guess I'm excited to see combos that you can't see in normal Overwatch. Multiple duplicate heroes. That's a dynamic that doesn't exist in Overwatch in 2025. So that's kind of a fascinating thing. I'm intrigued to see, your double Annas, your double Life Weavers, your double Widowmakers, stuff like that. That could prove to be very, very interesting.
Well, we did see Lix mention it earlier when they were playing their first game of the day. They ended up with a double Widowmaker against the dive comp, and that's just already GG.
Yeah.
Just someone go jump off a cliff. But there are some combos, like you say, that are more obnoxious than other. Here on Night Guard, and something like a double Tracer could actually wreak havoc on someone. on Control Center, I think of like if you have 2 Junkrats in that narrow corridor,
Yeah.
there is no way you're walking through there, or double maids, it's just wall and wall and wall and wall and wall, play the biggest stall comps ever. But the guys do get to pick their heroes for the beginning, and no surprise to see Symmetra TP strats coming out in the beginning to get there from both sides. And we go with the brawl versus the dive here. Stage Hazard's going for a much more mobile team composition, see how that adapts as the players start to fall. On the other side, Mind Your Business with a fast-paced drag the opponents around and smack them in the face with the Gigantiana. And a good pin to start off against, against Juno? That's an impressive start here for Maverick.
Oh, speaking of impressive, 1, 2, 3 kills, make it 4. Nice whip shot, keeps the Brigitte alive for just a moment longer, but Maverick will pick up the 4K here. You mentioned double Tracer, double Widow. You see, the thing about those heroes is not all heroes are created equal when it comes to picking them up for the first time. So it kind of relies on you having people who can play those heroes to actually have them be effective.
Right.
And so that's a big test in this mode in particular. How deep is your hero pool? And Phoenix, speaking of deep, he wants to get deep here, but kind of hits the brick wall that is the Maverick at the moment.
Yeah, Maverick, obviously a very experienced Reinhardt player and currently winning out this duel. Phoenix Tears taken down to low HP. In fact, eliminated completely. Kuragari manages to even the score a little bit. And Lixodian, he's going to be proud at least, despite it, of Sushi Roll managing to get that nice boop off. Kill still being traded out, though. Favors the side that holds the points. And so Stage Hazard's going to have to regroup a little bit more and adapt as Mind Your Business continues up to 50%.
Interesting thing about this first fight is that every first kill you get pushes a player off their chosen hero, right?
Yeah.
As you mentioned at the start, you get to pick your heroes. Now you start to get to the point where you're not picking your heroes. But the Maverick, he spawns in with the Graviton Surge and pops it straight away to pick up a triple.
Oh man, that's the nice thing, is that you do keep your ultimate charge, and Mind Your Business going to be absolutely stamping their authority on here. Risen decides to not even drop the pulse bomb in on top of that. I don't know if he was close enough to the fight, but not required. And Stage Hazard's coming back. Kuragari relegated to the Widowmaker, has got the worst ultimate of them all, but is certainly going to have, out of all the players you'd want to have on this, going to be the one that you pick it up, and decides to pop that infoside, not keeping it for the next fight, and takes first shot, looking for that with their teammates. Phoenix Tears just hounding and keeping everyone inside, but Kuragari's shots finds the one. Bubble comes up to keep everyone alive and buys the time for Sushi Roll to get out that beat to keep everyone up and topped nicely. Means that they can maintain the possession of the point, but ultimates abound for both sides here. Somehow, again, Maverick gets out alive despite it being chased down. And instead, it's Phoenix Tears to eventually claim that kill. Gets two boots off the edge, knocks down Sushi Roll. I think there was a jump back into the point, but a little too late there. Stage Hazards, they finally get a break in this game.
Nice play from Phoenix Tears there. Managing to get in that position you want to be in, right in that doorway with the Primal Rage. Sends 2 players to sleep with the fishes. Unfortunately for him, Juno can fly, so she just kind of floated away back to safety. But good stuff, an important team fight to win here, but it's got to be perfect from here out. A couple of ults to work with, though. They've got Kitsune in here with the Nano Boost and Pressure Bolt immediately. Need to be careful, though, but Kuragari has not died yet, so has the opportunity to contribute on his Widowmaker.
Well, there we go. Like you say, Kitsune, the sub-in for Psy-Fairy, unleashes that nano boost, but it's a bad time. Oh, what a nice collapse on there. Phoenix Tears so comfortable here on the Winston. Going to be happy to eliminate Sushi Roll, but unfortunately for Phoenix Tears, a hard job ahead with the Bastion of Lixodia on the other side. Who needs to have aim when you've got this many bullets? And I mean, as a support player, flexing onto a different role, this is great. With a diva to back you up. Now they can turn their attention to the point, but that is going to be a DMX. Going to be able to drop that bomb, and Phoenix just only just manages to get out of his own bubble. Lixodian claimed from that as Mind Your Business. We're looking to take this point so cleanly, but have lost a lot. Still the Maverick show, though, coming through here as Risen picks up the Cassidy and now they're able to shove everyone. They've got to contest if they want to keep this game alive. As overtime ticks down, Risen decides to hold on to that ultimate, not even needed. And Mind Your Business, after a great start, secure point number 1.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny mode, this one. When some heroes get on some heroes, all of a sudden the game just changes. And we saw Kuragari slow start on the Widowmaker, but once he got back into the rhythm, he was popping off. Risen not respecting him there. We saw him peek the Widowmaker, trying to take some cheeky pot shots, but Kuragari dealt with him quick, fast. But at the end of the day, Maverick set up nicely on point, stayed alive, secured a few kills, and that was the end of that. So tough start for the stage hazards, but it was important that they came in and got a couple of kills in that middle phase, got up to 72% or whatever it was, and kept themselves in the game. Now moving on to control center altruism, it should be a brawl composition, but oh no, it's something completely different here. We haven't yet seen any dupes as far as I've noticed so far, Alt, so we hold our breath and hope that that pops up at some stage, but otherwise here, I'm not even going to spend too much time analyzing these opening compositions.
No. At this stage, Kuragari, I think, just the most upset that out of the 2 maps left available, he gets the worst one for the Widowmaker. Sure, he's still got to find some space, and he does. Takes out Risen on the other side. Has got some sort of sideline, eliminates the turret afterwards. Now got the shot on the Juno, only a body shot there. And what's interesting, both sides forced to take out that Life Weaver. Kuragari taken down by Lexodian. He's going to be proud of that shot into his opponent, and at least denies the Widowmaker for the next map. It's going to be cleaned up though here. Mind your business once more, taking a good presence on that point. Another turret goes down, going to harass this Doomfist, and actually going to pull out the hammer there. Confidence. He saw Blue do it in the previous match. Wants to equal up to that record, but it's yet to be really given the opportunity as Phoenix Tears eliminated on the way out, forces stage hazards back into the staging post.
Oh, headshots. Yo, Risen on Kuragari now popping off in that hero. Tira finds her way off the map here, but you'll have to pull back. If you jump off the map, you do not change heroes, just FYI. So Tira is still on the Life Weaver, for those wondering how that works. I actually think they changed that. It used to not be that way, but people would get heroes that didn't like jump off the map, and that kind of is not in the spirit of the game mode. Pressure building here, a couple of outs to work with, so stage has every opportunity to push through.
Shots just going slightly awry, does not manage to claim it out. Miwaku tries to challenge Lexodian and comes off the worst as Kuragari now back in. Similar hero in terms of his skill, certainly going to be comfortable on this castity, but coming back in now, the ultimates that you talk about. Maverick has been dominating in terms of his ability to put pressure and dictate the fight lines. Kitsuna only just gets out with the Moira, but going to be leaving the Doomfist behind. Does actually manage to get out with that punch, but stage hazards running out of time to make a presence onto this. It's going to have to be with that Coalescence and the Nano Boost if they really want to challenge.
I wonder how comfortable Phoenix is on the Doomfist, because he's been alive on it for so long, as I said, that he goes down. But I don't know, it's not the kind of hero you can just play. You know, you really have to know what you're doing. So it might have actually been worth him dying earlier. He's been playing the game since Overwatch 1. All of the Overwatch main tanks he'll be on top of, so the Doomfist might not be in his wheelhouse, but we'll have to see Nano Boost. But they don't even get anywhere near the point. Mind your business, just looking too strong in game number 1.
Yeah, that was, again, just they got some good heroes, but they knew how to use them more than anything. And I mean, Phoenix Tears is going to be heartbroken, managed to pick up the Junker Queen that he's so well known for, and not able to do it, as we get to see again the havoc reach here. There's 2 players off the map. It was the Lucio and it's a Juno. No wonder that wasn't a confirmed kill, but basically granted should be at that stage. But other than a couple of moments of brilliance and some fortuitous hero picks, there wasn't a lot in it there for the stage hazards.
Yeah, unfortunately not. And like I was saying, that kill from Phoenix Tears did them more harm than good, killing Maverick there. Because once he got on the Diva, he never looked back, right? He was just able to completely control. We saw him drill through the enemy team to pick a target out so many times. Kuragari most recently at the end there. And they just never really got a presence on point, especially on that third map. And again, I wonder how comfortable Phoenix Tears was on that Doomfist, because as a person who I think has a lot of overlap hero pool wise with Phoenix Tears, I don't know how to play a lick of Doomfist. I only know how to get punched, not how to punch. So it's just the kind of hero where you're like, just jump in, see what happens. I hope you get a kill or 2 before you die and move on to the next hero. Because he's definitely way more comfortable on other heroes. And that's kind of the thing you've got to be aware of in this mode. And like I was saying in our previous map, it's a goofy gimmick mode, right? sometimes you're gonna win because all 6 of your players got their best heroes at the right time. Sometimes you're gonna lose because you had to play nothing but Torbjorn Symmetra and you've never done that before, right? That's just how it goes in this tournament, and you're just gonna have to suck it up and hope that next time the cards are on your side. But we're having fun here casting it, and I know the players are having fun as well. And Mystery Heroes is really one of the most chaotic modes that you could come up against. And I'm sure a lot of the players will be glad to put that behind them. At least know they can choose what they want to play every time they die now.
Yeah, I love how you bring up that the Torbjorn was one of those weird picks that you don't really want. And Lixodian was actually claiming that in the beginning, complaining at the beginning of Control Center, and yet did so much work on it, taking jewels all the time. So a little bit of BM there for players where they're like, oh no, I got an amazing hero. I mean, you got the Bastion just before that as well. Yeah. So I'm watching you, Lixodian. We got eyes on you. You can't claim. But like you say, we move across to now not just back to your normal heroes, but them a little superpowered. And of course, we're going to go King's Road, the most renowned South African map here. And I'm very interested to see how well these guys can exacerbate, all of them with their maturity as well. I would believe, Sun Phoenix, that these guys are going to be able to cycle ultimates so well normally. They're going to do an even better job of it when they've constantly got 5 online.
I will see. It's kind of a mode where you're just like, I've got ulti, I'm going to use it. It's kind of almost like a normal ability at that point. You manage the cooldown more than you manage the economy, depending on how fast it is. It remains to be seen. Are we talking 2 right clicks from Zarya, that's a Graviton Surge, or are we talking, twice as fast, which is still a decent chunk of damage? It is worth noting as well, the ultimates are weaker to compensate for the fact that they come out more frequently. So expect really short Graviton Surges. I'm not sure, we didn't know whether they did less damage or whether it was just the duration that was lowered. So we're going to have to wait and see here. But the hero picks, obviously, you're expecting heroes who have ultimates that are very impactful. So Overclock, Self-Destruct, Orbital Ray, Pulse Bomb, Rally, some good ultimates there. Rally, Orbital Ray, Primal Rage, Bob, and Pulse Bomb again. So nothing overwhelmingly. I think these guys are still picking heroes more for what they do in the neutral than what they can offer with the ultimate.
Yeah, team comps as a whole, like, you don't have ultimates in every fight, so you're going to have to require some normal cooldowns. I'm very interested in the D.Va one, because regardless of what the effect is in terms of weakening, you still get your mech back, and that's one of the biggest aspects of D.Va. So certainly the one at least going to be worried about that. And some nice long-range damage being set up here by the stage hazards. Phoenix Tears doing a good job of holding this front line. And on the other side, Primal Rage is one of the ones that you really don't want to have all that often. Certainly one of the least impactful game ones, especially here, but doesn't need the ultimate. Tracks down Nova Queen and eliminates that, trading 1-for-1 for now. The elimination of a support is a good thing if you are stage hazards. Unfortunately, losing a couple too many players leads open the way. Great shot, Lixodia, and this is one of a casual Sombra player, right, friend? Of course, Sojourn. That's
I was going to say
the whole time.
It might be a casual Sombra player, but we wouldn't know. For now, he's under pressure here, though. Phoenix just getting aggro, closing in towards his ultimate. Love the heart-shaped ring there, but it's not going to help them gain HP for the time being. Phoenix just, he does want to get forward onto point here. Should be close to that ulti, 92%. He will have Primal Rage to buy time for his team, but he's losing teammates at quite a rate of knots. Pops it now in the corner. Doesn't find any kills, not likely to, but there's the rally as well. So everything to fight for in this fight now. Almost have that cap completed. In fact, they might just get it. Yeah, they need to get a point, but they don't. They had everything to play for their ult, but nobody with the wherewithal to get on the point when it mattered most.
Yeah, I must admit, I noticed Phoenix Tears when he was jumping around, was going up and over the point twice in a row and actually not contesting for any amount of time. So leaving Kuragari now in a desperate position, probably just wants to trade off there and regroup with the team at the back. But stage hazards, they give up first point, and it didn't take too much time. Mind Your Business going to be happy with this, and they're getting some really nice late staggers. Pulse Bomb goes out there, Maywanko doesn't manage to avoid it. Certainly not a distance thing that's been nerfed on this mode.
That is for sure. Although at that HP, he was going to be killed if it hit him, let alone blew up near him. So Unfortunate there, but that's what I'm talking about. Mewaki, he's pretty stellar on those hit scan heroes, actually picking up that kill. What are we watching, gents? Let's move on with our lives here, please. Maverick, kind of just messing around here up front. Pulse Bomb, not on the money, not even sure what he might have been aiming at there, Kurigari. He's going to take the Tracer duel here against Risen, so that should be interesting. But Bob at the ready here. I think you just want to chuck these ults out, guys. We know we get them quick. Might as well use them.
Certainly, and Bob is great for contesting the point if they need it. So, again, hold on to it for a long time, and it's costing Stage as eventually the Bob does go through. It's the support duel in the background. Somehow, there's the kill onto Sushi Roll at the end, and it's going to leave Maverick in a dangerous position. Doesn't have any sort of ways to top up that HP, and Defense Matrix only lasting so long. Thankfully, that big HP health pack was right there and able to rejoin the fight so quickly. He uses it to full efficacy, trying to chase down. A little bit too far, though. That missed jump going to cost them. To be able to come back into it, and Maverick rarely does not have an ultimate, and instead gives it up to Phoenix Tears, who can now contest this for a long time. Full HP pool, that hasn't been taken down at all, and now can just sit and chew away. This is a war of attrition against these two supports, and Sushi Roll going to be sliced and diced by the end of it by that Tesla cannon.
Sliced and diced, electrocuted to death, however you want to put it.
You don't have actually sushi, okay? So just leave me with
Okay,
this.
fair enough. If only he'd been playing a Genji, then it would have been perfect, right? But it's the Lord of Terrans, the other brother who plays the Genji, not so much anymore, though, it has to be said. And he's just very low HP, has to back up here. The Maverick at the ready with his self-destruct. In fact, he might pick up a kill here. Meiwaku committing. Hello? He doesn't realize he has ult, I guess, but he's going to go down, trapped between a rock and a hard place, unfortunately, and he will end up dropping. Rally ready to go, a lot of ults ready to be committed here, but the backline is under big pressure.
Terra has got this rally and is going to be the spearhead to launch this team back into the contest. They've got one more fight to fight it out and back it up. The Phoenix Tears here. Phoenix Tears again so close to that ultimate. Orbital Ray going to come in over the top, but there's the nerfs that we see. It's shorter duration, didn't provide as much healing, and runs out before it could really contribute too much to the fight. But it has bought Phoenix Tears the time that they need. Once more, juggling proficiency up at a max there and cleans out the points. Meiwaku eventually going to rejoin the fight. Oh, Phoenix Tears takes a lot of shots. Exodian actually manages to get the kill with that disruptor shots, and again, this Maverick once more back on, and he takes out Meiwaku for a second time.
That was so unlucky. For a second, I thought he might actually get around the corner, but just kind of left out. You can tell these players are not expecting, they're not tracking ults very effectively. Fair enough. Pulse Bomb on the ground, blocked out by the Brigitte shield. Unfortunate there for Kurigari. Pulse Bomb hit count 0, if I'm tracking them correctly. You have more Pulse Bombs, but it's not helping them hit them more often. Although, these are not Tracer players by trade normally, so not unexpected that they're struggling. But it's the other DPS who are contributing nicely. Meiwaku, he's doing a very good job on this. Again, I'd love to see him be a little bit more aggressive with the Bob, but gonna hold on to it for now. Probably good to have it for what looks to be like the final fight.
Yep, I mean, they didn't need it to win that out, and with being the only ultimate on board, Kurigari finally managed to pick up that Pulse Bomb. Looks to now drop it, still looking 0 out of 2. Like you say, no shade. But
Better than we do, huh?
what do you mean I don't miss a single Pulse Bomb? Because I
you
very
miss
rarely
every
play
Pulse Bomb
Tracer.
you don't throw, exactly.
At the end of the day, a little bit of a frantic Tracer duel in the side alleys, distracting from the main points. And 26 seconds left means that Stage Hazards, they've done a great job of stabilizing. But now Phoenix is so close. It was so close to that ultimate, but taken out now. This opens everything up, and Mind Your Business is going to take full advantage. They charge forward. Kurigari sticks the Pulse Bomb onto Nova Green. I don't know if it was actually a stick. Actually, somehow Meiwaku does not drop the Bob into this. Phoenix Tear is going to be able to leap and bound back to the point, I'm sure. Buy more time for the team. There's not a lot of team left here, still alive. Let's get back to the point. In fact, going to be able to claim that retribution on Lixodian with the help of Kurigari. He's sticking around. Pulse Bomb out there. We got to watch out for the payload. It's a Phoenix Tears. He's stuck inside. He's completely forgotten about it. Oh, you now rely on your teammates to come back. They got to be shouting at Phoenix, who will eventually rejoin the fight. And only by the grace of community do Mind Your Business get denied the second point.
Calculated. Altruism calculated. You've played enough Rocket League to understand what calculated really means, but that was a case of Phoenix just recognizing that his team was about to touch point and he could secure those kills in the subway there. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's not like we didn't see him mess that up the first time. But he's actually having quietly, or not quietly, actually very clearly a very good game on the Winston. The extra primal rage, he's using that very effectively, able to go nice and aggressive a bit more often than you would expect for Winston, and able to use that ultimate to bail himself out, but also using it very effectively to secure kills in team fights. So very impressed with what I'm seeing from Phoenix just so far this map. Also take note of some of the heroes they're playing. The Maverick is on the Diva. He had a choice of heroes to pick, and he picked the Diva. So again, that kill on the Zarya in the previous map is looking worse and worse from the perspective of stage hazards, because clearly the Diva is the Maverick's hero right now.
Yeah.
But again, I'd love to see these players just be a tiny bit more aggressive with their ultimates. I think they're still being a little bit cagey. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm reading too much into the wild card here. But my feeling is that you can get away with being a little bit looser with your ults here than you can in normal Overwatch.
Yes, because who wouldn't adapt to the game mode, the specific variations that we have on offer right now? You just play your good old Overwatch, and it's working out so far for Stage Hazards, at least. But close. Certainly would be easier, I think, if they had an extra bob into a fight. Or going to be interesting to see how the barrage has changed up as Mewaku changes up for an aerial presence. But got work to do against that Diva that Maverick is doing so well, but at least means that Maverick now has something else to worry about instead of just chasing down kills, and is actually forced off the point. Phoenix Tears goes around the corner, does jump aggressively on only half HP, but he's found so many targets. The AoE of the Tesla cannon comes to full efficacy and manages to claim those out. Stage Hazards, they're wasting no time and going straight onto points. It's the burst damage of the Fire combined with that kill secure. And then, of course, Kuragari, one of his favorite heroes, that Tracer, always able to offer that final bit of damage if you need it. Still a late contestant to this fight.
Yeah, Risen putting the pressure on here. Maverick comes in with the touch as well. Phoenix is very, very low. Nowhere near his ultimate, but the healing is good. Kuragari getting absolutely diffed in this particular engagement. But as I say that, both Tracers commit recall. Oh, he throws the pass. Almost executes himself for that. Thankfully, he doesn't. Thankfully, Kuragari saves him his blushes there. But they've lost the team fight, but they've gained the point here on the side of stage. Okay, didn't need that, I guess. Just decided to throw it in the bin. Just, it's an alpha play. Show them what could have happened.
Kuragari just stepping for a second, actually types "don't" in the chat as we called out by Sushi Roll, going not sure what anyone was expecting that to do, but it is, like you say, just a bit of domination, a little bit of a psychological warfare at that stage. I mean, it hasn't been sticking enough of those for them to count anyway. Maverick goes aggressive, knowing he has the self-destruct, dropping on top of point, going to delay this out, and everyone scrambles for cover. They at least managed to get out of that line of sight, and Exodian now, with all the range in the world, finds a half HP Phoenix Tears, but always you got to count on him having that ultimate. Pops it now to regain the team fight and in the space to knock everyone into the waiting barrage. Long distance by Mewaku, doesn't manage to pick up anyone, and Maverick loses that mech for their troubles.
Phoenix just still going deep here, picking up kills, backed up nicely by Tira on the Brigitte. Kuragari picking up some nice free kills here as Tira snaps Maverick's neck here in the corner. And this is looking like the Stage Hazards finding a different gear here. Once they're able to pick their heroes, Phoenix is on the Winston, making so much space, just pumping out so much damage from the sky. Mewaku and Kuragari, heir to the throne of Antiablo, I suppose. He isn't. But he's doing more than enough. Oh my god, bro. The only thing he can hit with that cross bomb is a wall, bro. I can do that, Kuragari. Come on. But look, if we were to duel on the Widowmaker, he'd make me look like a baby. So we all have our skills. This is just not hitting pulse bombs with Tracer.
Apparently does enough with the rest of the kit, though, that he's still working out there. Maverick having swapped away from the Diva now, taken down on points, and the game just short of not just second point, but the entire game, or at least the map. Just the map. Calm down, people. No one needs to panic. It is the Stage Hazards being rebuffed at this stage and are able to start claiming. Finally, Lixodian turns the sights towards the sky, gets the first of the lasers through the body, and isn't able to confirm the kill afterwards. Now just keeps their ego in check and returns back towards the payload as Kuragari pushed out.
Forced back here. Who's not forced back is Mr. Rain from above. Oh, does lose Kitsune in the background. There's so much damage coming out. Not scoring any kills, but Kurigari finding targets. The Maverick on the monkey, but he's not getting up to any business here, unfortunately, for his team. As now just a couple of players to clean up. One down. Last man standing on point. Risen taken down. And that's map number 2. Things all evened up here for Stage Hazards.
Can we just give a moment to really give credits to the Stage Hazards supporting backline? I mean, Tira on the Brig has been phenomenal, been involved in so many of the skirmishes, and when you're a Tracer, that's one of the worst heroes that you can hope to be going against you, and has had Rally up consistently, it feels like that. And then Kitsune at the end there manages, sorry, not Kitsune, on the other side it was Sushi Roll who hit the sleep dart onto Milwaukee. And that was just beautiful to watch. Kind of flick shot across there and secures the barrel on the ground, eliminates that at the end. So big plays coming out from individuals there, but it really felt like that entire map defined by Phoenix TS and what he was able to bring to almost every one of the fights. And you muted again.
But fuck, sorry. Of course, I think I swore there, and that was the first thing you heard me say as well. I'm having a good day, guys. It brings a tear to my eye.
Ringmasters, it offers a special different side to the casters that you don't get to see as well as the players.
I'm dying, guys. Anyways, good game. Phoenix Cheers looking so good in that map, actually. We know him as a diva main. You've offended me so deeply, Altruism, I just can't control my emotions.
What did I do to offend you? I mean, the pulse bombs were wrong.
You keep calling me out. You keep calling me out, and it makes me feel bad.
Oh, what? Sorry. Next time I'm just going to sit there awkwardly smiling while you don't say anything.
For a few minutes. Clearly, I need to just, bring myself towards myself. But no, you're absolutely right. Phoenix just looked very, very good. I'm impressed. I think I saw him say in the chat after the previous game that he's not a diva main anymore. He's a monkey main now, and it's showing. He's looking good on that hero, especially with the Primal Rage. Of course, that map and Wildcard, a unique expression of the power of Primal Rage, but it didn't do more damage, and he was able to secure a lot more kills with it than you'd often see. So impressive stuff from him, really the standout player there. Maywaki as well, I think popping off on a few occasions, as I kind of mentioned at the top of the show. And then the pulse bombs from Kurigari. I mean, what a guy. What a guy.
What a guy. So nice to hang out with. And you're not in any sort of danger of things just blowing up randomly around you, apparently.
Like fireworks. They're far away in the distance and they pose no harm to you.
Just adding atmosphere to the map. But we will get to see more of Ultimate Destruction, as both of the teams now, having picked up a game apiece, means we will have at least game 4. No sweeps to dominate this day, unfortunately. But actually, more fortunately, I'm really getting into this sort of chaos. And now we get to move on to maybe my most anticipated map of the day, because there is no doubt in my mind that especially maybe one of the more old school players has put in far too many hours in Capture the Flag, has some weird strats stuck up their sleeve, and knows now how to come through here as a secret closeted Capture the Flag main.
Are you talking to me? Are you saying I'm a Capture the Flag main?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
You're barely an Overwatch main. So
wow,
let's
rude.
Rude. Now you can be offended for something
more than anything, doesn't it? Yeah, look, if you've played a lot of your Unreal tournaments, your Halos, your, I don't know, Gears of War, maybe, who's to say? Capture the Flag is kind of a mainstay of old school arena shooters, your Quakes, for example. So if you're a real boomer shooter connoisseur, you'll have spent quite a bit of time playing Capture the Flag. But nothing quite compares to a hero shooter's version of Capture the Flag, right? There's still a lot of compositional synergy that you've got to be aware of. I think ultimately, like any game mode, it still comes down to winning team fights. So that's kind of a nucleus that we can orbit around in terms of our understanding of this game mode. You've got to get kills, you've got to win team fights, and to take objectives. So it should be interesting to see how much the dynamic overall changes, because you and I have never seen Overwatch played this way, and the teams are not likely to have many players familiar with Overwatch's version of Capture the Flag.
No, of course. And, when I joined into it, I had all these wonderful little strategies that in my mind that I was like, okay, I'm going to do some sort of cheese strat where you pick it up at the flag as something like Tracer, and then you could blink 3 times across the map. And that sort of thing, if you're not aware of it, it doesn't work. Most of your abilities will cause the flag to drop. So you can't pick it up with a Winston, for example, and leap. But it doesn't stop you pulling something like a Lucio running alongside you. But like you say, it is the team fights. You've got to have pretty good ability to wipe the opponent team, grab the flag, and then kind of run it back as 2 or 3 people while the rest of them buy space for you. So, and then, of course, you got to worry about the other side of the map. And Oasis is an interesting map for this side. I haven't actually gotten to see the capture the flag version of Oasis, but this map is kind of dictated by some big sightlines.
I think it's the layout and stuff is all the same. So it's just about where the flag is, and then you kind of run through the normal map. So you can expect most of the action to happen in similar places. But the interesting dynamic becomes when you get a lead or you lose a lead. In theory, the dynamic should change, right? Assuming it's first to 3. I'm not even sure if that's the case. So unfamiliar am I with this mode in this game. Normally, in your boomer shooters or your old school shooters and your arena shooters, it's first to 3.
Yeah, it is here as well, as far as I know, unless this map.
Cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's if you get behind, you need to play more aggressively. If you get a lead, you can afford to play a little bit more defensively. But at the end of the day, as I said at the top, it's all about winning team fights. All the name of the game.
And I think that's going to dictate a lot about the composition. Sure, something like a Lucio to get your team carrying the flag back to your point is a nice aspect, but you got to worry about which ultimates can get you that very secured team fight win. It kind of is reminiscent of 2CP for me in that aspect, where you kind of need to be able to eliminate 5 people within 2 seconds and clean it up. These stall-based compositions, they don't really work out all that well unless, for defensive they're better, but they're not going to get the flag away from your opponents. Even something like the aerial denial, something like a May is a viable pick, because once you've then snatched the flag and you get back 2 steps, you can wall up, or it provides you that shelter around which you can play to then rebuff your opponent's team and give yourself the space. And we get to see exactly where the flags are right now.
That just looked wrong, altruism. That is an asset I did not know was in the game.
It's been a long time programming that. What do you mean? That was like an HD flag.
Yes. Oh God! Has anybody, be honest with you guys, has anybody ever seen that 3D model in the game before?
Oh, well, both teams coming out here with the Juno, certainly a viable pick. We talk about the benefit of having something like a Lucio, which Mind Your Business is going to go on as well. That's almost certainly inspired by Lixodian. He would be disappointed if his team didn't come out with that. But the Speed Boost ring is huge. It allows you to engage when you're wanting to win that fight, but also it allows you to then get everyone out of it. And Waku going to be picking up a Bastion, which is interesting to me. It's you want to force these engagements, and certainly a really nice tempo character to be able to go out. On the other side, pretty standard team composition as Mewaku picks up the first kill here from Mind Your Business as Sushi Roll goes down.
A good start for the blue team here. They're just running past each other, though. That's the thing. You're not fighting around the central place here. You're fighting around the other side of the map. So already we can see a big split fight coming up. Here is Risen, put under pressure here, dropping low. Doesn't have recall available and gets taken down. This Bastion, a genius pick as it turns out.
Yeah, it's just such a good central core of your team that wants to move together, even if you're running only 3 people with it. And the flag is going to come out. We did see Risen there. I don't know if he has played this game mode too much, because it did look like he tried to blink that flag out of there and it was denied.
They need to recap that flag. They can't cap until... Okay, no, I guess it's not like it's not like every other capture the flag mode in every other game. Okay.
Why would it be?
I'm sorry. Apparently, this is the one capture the flag where you don't have to recap your own flag to secure a cap.
But I mean, it all came on the back of Mewaku and this Bastion right now. Yeah. Again, between him and Phoenix Tears, they're just dominating the front line. The mobility from Phoenix Tears allows you to deal with any sort of threats, and the defense matrix able to cover your teammate that's fleeing away. Flag still in the presence here of Stage Hazards. This is the team that we know is coming out, and they're going to be able to pick up a second one, in fact. No, that was Mind Your Business. My apologies. Sorry, I'm so humbled there. Because we do have a leveled scoreline.
No, it's 2-3. 2-0, sorry. On the top.
Oh,
of the
yeah, no,
screen.
okay. I was right the first time. Why did you
Yeah.
question me, son?
I'm sorry. I'm flabbergasted by the fact that you can cap without capping your own flag first. But
Still
it doesn't
stuck on
matter.
that, are you?
It's kind of interesting how they're playing this. They're forcing down the angle on the left and then having Kuragari just kind of perambulate in onto the point, grab the flag and then leave, and then just keep fighting on the front line so that nobody can spare the space to go and try and catch Kuragari. Even if he can't blink and stuff, he's got enough of a head start that actually getting him down, this could be a couple of kills. Not quite, but good stuff from the blue squad once again.
Yeah, Terra has been such a stalwart once more, and like you say, you can't blink out, but having the Tracer who can zip in like this
we
under
go
the cover of
again.
Defense Matrix, he
Again.
charges away, and it's the last attempt here. Everyone charging after Kirigari, but he's got some space.
He got
Picks up
two.
a double kill with that bolt.
doesn't matter, though.
But it doesn't matter, like you say, Kirigari just going to bounce and track down to the other side. The shortest game of the day so far, and Stage Hazards proved themselves to be a team to be reckoned with here on Capture the Flag.
I mean, you just got to defend the flag, right? They just didn't. Every time Kuragari got in, he just waddled out of there with the flag and ran uncontested to the other side of the map. But that was kind of what their comp was set up for. Duel around that flag. Phoenix just push in, make space, allow the blinks onto the flag, and allow Kuragari to get out. And then he's behind the meat of his team, right? When he gets past back out with the flag. And you've got to win a team fight to chase him down, unless you've got someone marking him on the other side. And maybe that's what they should have done. They should have sent somebody like your Risen just to roach on the enemy flag and force them to change their playstyle up. But maybe if we were to go back to capture the flag, they might figure that out for map number 4, which map number 5. But they might not get there because stage hazards are looking really, really good. Anytime they get to pick their own heroes, they look like a different team.
Yeah, I mean, they've come in with designated team comps, and like that was, I don't know when they came up with this. I don't know when they found out that they were doing Capture the Flag, but that was a brilliantly insightful lineup. And like you said, Bastion, for example, is such a good pick there because Bastion relies on your opponents fighting in the space when he's got the turret form up. And they went, okay, well, we know when we're going to be fighting. It's on your flag. We're going to plant the Bastion there. No one else is going to be able to do that damage. And now you give the option to your opponent. Do we try and mitigate the Bastion and then ignore the Tracer who's running away? Do we try and ignore the Bastion and let him chew through our entire sides? There wasn't that single defined team fight like we were expecting. Instead, it was just a wall of presence that no one could get past. But yeah, this stage hazards look powerful and potent when they get to dictate what the game is going to actually look like. And they only need now one more point to be able to secure our last match of the day.
And it's back to Ultimate Destruction here. So back to more Ultimates more often. Kings Row out of the pool now, so it'll have to be on a different map. But there's no reason to think that stage hazards won't perform just as well on whatever map comes up next. Or Mind Your Business as compared to Kings Row. So it's looking good for Stage Hazards for sure, but there's every opportunity for Mind Your Business to come out on top. Kings Row was kind of one-sided, but they got a decent push off the first time around, Mind Your Business. And just a couple of key kills here and there differently can kind of change the complexion of the match. So interesting to see what comes out next. It will be Circuit Royale. Stage Hazard struggled on this map against whoever they played before. I can't remember who that was against. But they did get 3-0'd in that series, so they were struggling throughout. This time, they're on top. They will likely run the Sigma Poke lineup again. Kuragari and Meiwaki on the Ash and Sojourn, I think it was. I can't remember exactly. But they looked good with that composition in spite of the fact that they ended up losing. And so it should fit well for them here. On the other side, I don't know. You kind of... It's kind of a hard series to, kind of analyze what you need to do differently as a team because the wild cards change things up so much. But hopefully they would have learned from Kings Row here, Mind Your Business, and hopefully they'll come in with a different look, one with a little bit more success.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that Mamiya Business is the ones who chose this map. It is renowned for its long sightlines, and I think in terms of the DPS matchup, Kuragari and Meiwaku, I mean, I don't know a lot about Meiwaku, but like you say, has a lot of the same similar hero pools. We know Kuragari loves his long sidelines and pulls out the Widowmaker straight away. Meiwaku has shown proficiency on the Pharah, and so lots of space to just hammer down rockets from afar. On the other side, Mamiya Business going to be going up with the Lixodian Ash, and Risen going to be taking the Freya. First time I've seen Freya on this map, and instead Maverick, a solid presence on the front line, led by Orisa, not even going for a shield there.
Wouldn't surprise me if we see Kuragari switch onto the Freya if the Widow doesn't end up working. He was quite good on the Freya against Solaris the last time they played this map, so he's comfortable enough on that hero. Altruism, I just learned the name of this hero's spells before this map. You'll be happy to know. So I look forward to saying the name. I will say it's very much Dota 2 Slardar, where the names are exact descriptors of what they are. So they're not very complicated.
Updraft, right?
Updraft, that's one of them. You've got it. That's about as complicated as it gets, to be honest.
But it's going to be interesting to see now what the important targets are to challenge us. Of course, we would not have an Overwatch cast without a pause tactically there. So it gives us a little bit more time through here. But immediately I'm seeing Meiwaku's effectiveness in this, throwing in that damage. And Kuragari up to 41% ultimate charge over the beginning. Who here from Mamiya Business is really going to challenge there?
Ooh, I wonder if we won't get a restart here, given that it's so early. But we'll have to wait and see here, because a lot of alt charges changed hands already, as you pointed out. I have to say, I like Phoenix Cheers on the Ram here. It's a hero that builds up alt charge very quickly and has a very, very impactful ult. So I imagine he'll get a lot of value out of Annihilation here. He's playing into the Honor, so not going to have the easiest time in theory. But shouldn't without a Kiriko on his own side. But he should be okay here. As long as he can stay alive for long enough, he will gain alt charge with the Nemesis form and be able to use that very effectively here. Like I said, the Freya has been a popular pick in the previous map. I'm surprised it took so long to come out here. And I look forward to seeing what who was it, Risen, can get done on that hero.
I think Ram as well is one of the very few heroes who can stand toe-to-toe against an Orisa, so it does work out in their favor. I mean, as long as you're balancing your cooldowns right, it mitigates the long-range poke of Orisa with the shield, but you can also then, when Fortifies up, and you can then go into your Nemesis form, really block really well, and just stand. That's all you have to do, and just hope that you're buying you enough time for your 2 long-range DPS to find some sort of value on there. And Orisa's not someone who dodges against Pharaoh rockets all that well, so kind of just needs to wait until the chunky damage ticks have come out there, and then can really put on the aggression. Also, with the ability to, with that Ravenous Vortex, it could make the Freya's job a lot harder to be able to bounce up into the air consistently or get them caught out when they weren't expecting it. So the pokes around the corner, to me, it all comes down to whether Kuragari is going to be able to hit those shots, or if Lixodian and Risen are able to challenge the long-range duel.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. And Kuragari, we know how good he is on the Widowmaker, and there's nothing to put pressure on him here. It's a straight duel at this point. Lixodian on the Ashe and Risen on the Freya. They've got to kill Kuragari sight unseen. They don't have the help of a Diva or a Winston putting pressure on Kuragari. And that's a tough spot to be in. It wouldn't surprise me to see Maverick go onto that Winston if they can't get through this first corner quite quickly. But we'll have to wait and see as we jump back into proceedings.
All right, so long-range damage. We are going to reset there, so everyone's all charged back to 0. Kuragari furious about that. I'm sure he's fine. He'll probably be okay. But
What?
sure, map still goes.
Map is
Ultimate
still going.
charges. Time is ticking down. Payload has moved, so we're just going to strike that one up to Ringmaster one more. And in fact, hero choices have already been swapped up as Maverick decides to match up on the Ramatra duel.
Yeah, a better choice, I think. The Orisa was always going to have a hard time here. The ult is not as impactful as Annihilation, in my opinion, helicopter mode or whatever it's called. So yeah, I think the Ram is a much better pick here from the Maverick. They were struggling into this hero though. The Pharah is in a great spot here actually. In spite of the fact that she's kind of decently countered, Lix has moved off the Ashe onto the Sojourn instead. I like the Ashe a little bit more in the situation, but Sojourn is really strong. They trade out though. Kurugari gets one kill. Lix though, he gets the more important kill onto the Widowmaker.
Yeah, and that's opened things up completely. Mavericks survived for long enough to now make their way to the high ground and can punch down the Pharah. That's the thing that actually happens in Overwatch. Did you know? And is able to continue now with that aggression, looking for that extra kill on the Juno. There's a deny for now. Kurugari takes up a favorable spot on the high ground, looking to keep this corner, but there's a lot of payload progress that Mind Your Business is going to be happy with.
I play a lot of Marvel Rivals ult, as you know, and so
What?
seeing a flyer punched out of the sky is actually quite normal for me, at least. So not
It's somewhat
really as
satisfying.
shocking to me as it is to you, for better or for worse. But here comes the Annihilation. Maverick able to charge us up nice and quickly, and you can see the power of this ability. He doesn't need to use it to commit, but it's huge sustain, and eventually if he finds an opening, he can jump in, and that's what he did there. Kurugari taking down quickly.
And now can put the pressure. I mean, that's such a good play. Maverick is obviously so well versed on this hero. Understands that when that shield goes up, can threaten until the shield goes up, and once it is, goes into the Nemesis form, denies the sidelines immediately. This is something that Orisa would have been hard pressed for. And finally, someone to challenge out Kurugari. You're not expecting to get the kill.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, even Mewaku gets eliminated in the air. The shield immediately counters that out. Great shot from Kurugari though to try and even that up and lay a little bit of retribution for his fallen brother in the most literal sense, but now has a pretty uncontested sideline. But I mean, who do you go for? Briggs got a shield up, Maverick's got a shield up, and everyone else now kind of forced into it. Phoenix Tier is going to be coming in with an annihilation of their own, but they need to get closer to the payload if they want this. And Maverick's got a second one already.
Yeah, that's the problem with this mode. You've got to be sharp with your ults, otherwise you're going to get cycled over and over again, and that's what we see here. Phoenix just does pop his ult here, taking a nap. Now's not the time, and in fact, Exodium will secure that kill as well. So a disastrous team fight for the stage hazards here at the moment, and this is kind of a weakness of this hero, Widowmaker. Her ultimate is nothing to write home about, right? So in a mode where ultimate fights are the play of the name of the game here, having a hero's ult doesn't contribute a ton towards winning a team fight is kind of a problem. So it wouldn't shock me to see Kurugari take the ult charge he's got now and spend it on a different ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost their sideline advantage, an immediate swap there, as you say, onto the Sojourn, mirroring up a little bit better and going to find a lot more use of it, but it gives away 80% of that. Going to build it up again quite quickly after that. But Mind Your Business so far unchecked, and it really does feel like that change to the Maverick on the Ramatra has been so impactful in terms of denying any sort of sidelines towards their opponents, and now the range is going to be a big aspect of this. Is Mind Your Business found their way inside, and they've gotten themselves onto high ground. Risen eventually taken out. Tiro once more has to be lauded for that presence on the brig, and an optimistic, actually very impactful ultimate there by Mewaku. Just denied the last kill means that it's still Mind Your Business with the control of the payload, and they haven't stopped. They've still got 3 minutes for this last corner.
Yeah, Bears, it puts us in a good position to get to a Game 5 here, ultimate. Back to control, capture the flag, which would be a good place for Stage Hazards to take their last game, but we're not quite there yet, and there is a lot of pressure here on the Maverick, on the front line. Healing good, Nano Boost committed as well, and Risen gets the opening kill.
Risen gets the kill, the Annihilation in full steam, now charges forwards and putting pressure on anyone, force them out into the open for the rest of the team to be able to hammer down damage from a distance. And even with the awareness to go to the high ground, Tira's being good on the brig and actually pushes away for a second, but it's too much. The explosive bowler goes through there. Mind Your Business, they're going to able to come through. Phoenix Tears once more with a late ultimate into a fight actually keeps them alive, and Stage Hazards hold it at the last second.
I was ready to think about how you do your next attack here if you're the Stage Hazards, but somehow coming out on top of that, the power of Annihilation, they're charging nice and fast. Kurugari though, now he's got overclocked. They've got Orbital Ray, no ults available. Rally close, but here's the overclock.
Overclock, but immediately into the waiting shield and denied out once more. It is the Ramatra setting the tone for this game and turned down. Phoenix Tears shuts that off, and it is an orbital race coming over the top. So short duration though, it's not going to be able to. Still moves actually, pretty good duration. I think it's shorter. It's got to be either that or the healing is nerfed, but they didn't have a lot to heal up, and so Stage Hazards, they pull back. They force Sushi Roll into that rally as well. So that's more ultimates burned out of Mind Your Business. They go for the explosive bowler. That's actually really big. It picks up a couple, and Exodian follows up with a disruptive shot. Suddenly, Stage Hazards, they've overstayed their welcome. They're being torn apart literally by the Annihilation.
Yeah, I don't like the Annihilation here. I think that was an overcommitment here because this is not a given in terms of teamfight wins here. They've already thrown out the grenade thingy, whatever that's called, from Ringmaster, so Phoenix just can jump out. Oh, he does have the cooldown, but he concusses himself on the ceiling and dies as a result. Unfortunately for him, Meiwaku comes in with the ultimate as well. They once again look like they might be able to clutch this out. A great shot from Meiwaku takes down one. Can he land anymore? Kuragari's brother down to a T. Same hero pool, same ability.
Same ability, and a late little spear in there means that he won't get the confirmation on Risen as he bounces out, but Stage Hazards are so good. They take fights in nice forward positions, means that they can at least buy themselves time to get back. Let's see if Risen can find another one of these explosive bowlers to be able to set up this fight. Takes towards the skies, looking for anyone, and it's Stage Hazards who've gone back a little bit more, throws the bowler in, takes out Kitsune to start the fight. That's a lot of healing that's been removed from the board, and Tierra going to have a lot of work to do, has got the rally on board to be able to push back. And Maverick, though, he continues to find spots into this. Kuragari, it was such a good shot, but it was just denied. Tierra with a double kill, though, onto both of the supports. Maverick, he's the last one here, and he's going to be losing this war of attrition. Kitsune somehow stays alive and finds falls victim to that Ravenous Vortex. And somehow Mind Your Business, without any supports, do close out the map. But it was, 2.5 minutes after we thought it would be?
Yeah, I think you'll be very happy with that if you're the Stage Hazards. You burned a lot of time, but that said, this is a very hard map to actually complete, so any completion is worth its weight in gold. So Mind Your Business will still feel confident coming into this defense. Stage Hazards a long way to push now to actually even things out. Freya does a lot of damage, and when I mentioned Slaughter in Dota 2 earlier, what I mean by that is her abilities are named so on the nose that you wonder why they even bothered naming them, because Slaughter used to have an ability called Bash, right, which was just done. He had an ability called Sprint, which made him move faster. His ultimate was literally called Amplify Damage, and it's the same thing with Freya. Her ultimate, you were calling it Explosive Bowler, on the nose, but not a bad name for an ultimate. That's not its name. Its name is Bowler shot. And that's what I'm talking about. Updraft, quick dash, Bowler shot. Why? Who named these abilities? It's like,
I don't mind name for that ultimate better. It actually,
it's a better name. It's still so obvious, and yet it's more creative than Bowler shot.
As much as we can argue what the names are like, and then you go and forget Ravenous Vortex has been in the game, or Terror Surge. Thank you, friend. That's, by the way, Reese's ultimate.
Helicopter mode, that's what I said.
Helicopter mode, a better name for us. As we go through Stage Hazards, they've managed to get 2 points on the board, and if they can close this out, they at least keep themselves in the running to finish it before we take map number 5, because even though they will be happy if it goes there, I'm sure they did so well on Capture the Flag previously, but work to be done. Mind Your Business has found a way back into this and forces their opponents into a difficult situation. No change up in terms of the lineups for these two teams, and the Sigma, the only real notable one here from Phoenix Tears, going to be able to shut off long-range sightlines very effectively, and even with that rock to knock down the Ramatra, your block is not going to stop that accretion.
A lot of damage from Freya, and we saw Phoenix Tear run that hero a little bit early in the day as well to decent success. And if they can get around this first corner, the map kind of opens up for a Sigma-based lineup. So killing the Maverick there, very, very important. And now they can look to get aggressive. Another kill here would be absolutely disastrous. Nice dash out the way there, whatever that spell is called, shield back from the Sushi Roll Brigitte, but this is a tough spot for Mind Your Business here, but they've got a really nice brawly comp, so this is a good place for him to take the fight on the corner here.
Yep, they got Maverick back into it, so close to that ultimate as well. And here comes the bowler shot from the high ground, pulls in a couple of them, gets taken down though. Kuragari, no! Risen! The bowler shot is late to the party, but so impactful, shuts off the music, and sends Stage has his back just as they thought they were going to clinch that out.
I thought it looked good, the bowler shot, and then nothing died, and I was like, oh, okay, and then he died, and then everyone died, because that spell has a pretty significant delay, but it also pulls people in before it explodes,
Yeah.
so used very, very effectively there by Riz, and the power of Freya is she charges that ult so fast in a normal game of Overwatch, even faster in this mode, so we can expect to see a lot of bowler shots, but first, it's going to be Orbital Ray.
Orbital Ray is great, but the flex comes out from Mind Your Business. They've decided to go back, leaving just the Maverick with that Annihilation. Gets picked up in the air and removed from the plane. And there's so much damage that comes out on top of it. Down to double digits. Eventually goes down as Phoenix Tears and the rest of the team walk the payload home. They are going to be uncontested at the end of it. Now can just look for some late pick-off kills. But what a gravitic flux. Nearly got that one wrong. Gravitic flux there from Phoenix Tears once more showing this, and they've got a couple of other ultimates to work with now.
Yeah, and once again, bowler shot up. So that ult charges so quickly, especially if you're able to put damage onto the tank, which they've been able to do effectively. But Stage Hazard's marching forward very nicely here on Circuit Royale. Maverick dropping very low on the front line. If he goes down, that's another huge chunk of space that the Stage Hazard can take. And they do get that kill. Meiwaku picks up the final hit. So another disastrous fight here for Mind Your Business. They commit the rally as well out. It's a big commitment from the blue team, the red team rather.
They had to, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to come back in here. Maverick's certainly not one of the fastest heroes, and Sushiro tried to take up the mantle of that tank with the rally, but it was too short duration, did not manage to hold it off for long enough. In fact, there is a late contention here, 3 meters to go, and instead the Maverick, he's coming back in. He's so close to the nano boost from Nova Queen, helping out a lot, and actually manages to shut down Meiwaku. Still gets the ultimate off to claim Arisen at the end of it, but that's not enough for Stage Hazards to clean this out. Still a good couple of kills. There's a great gravitic flux. Going to be able to slam down the Anna, but stays alive through that using I assume, what was the grenade, the biotic grenade, to its efficacy. And it's still only really the Maverick holding this position, but he's got all of his cooldowns right now, and he's got nothing else. He needs Lixodian to come back in with that, or he just needs Risen to pop off once more. So comfortable on this newest hero.
Yeah, looking very good, and this hero is super strong in the meta at the moment, so it makes a lot of sense that as a DPS player, you, especially a hit scan, you should know how to play this hero, and Risen showing us how it's done here in map number 4. It's been a tough map so far for the Stage Hazards, but they're coming in with a few ults now. They've got the Orbital Ray, they've got the Overclock, a potent combo that can take down anybody in one shot. So you need to be careful here, but they do at least have the rally to try and counter that out. But here's the Orbital Ray again.
Orbital Ray to start off, keeps everyone alive. Sushi Roll dived in optimistically, not sure they knew about that, and all of the kills follow afterwards. It's Kuragari leading the charge there. It's not being ascribed to that overclock, but it is going to be given to him. A triple kill may have just earned himself player of the game as well. Now taking up that offensive position, he'll be able to hammer the damage into anyone caught late into this. But the most important part for the Stage Hazards, they've got 3 minutes on the clock again.
Yeah, but we saw how quickly this can go awry, or how long it can take to actually cap by the end of it. So we'll have to wait and see here. It's worth noting if they get the cap in with no, this is an escort map, so that's not important. They're coming in with a few ultimates here. They've got Rally, they've got Meiwaku's Deadeye as well, and you can see the Maverick under so much pressure, playing quite far forward from his team here, and it's a tough comp to do that in, but they commit Annihilation early.
Yeah, he kind of almost needed to, being able to charge forward, had the presence of mind to just hold back in terms of getting that heal up. It was the Deadeye popped here by Meiwaku, but going to be denied out any sort of opportunity to get that off in terms of towards people, and instead Maverick once more holds presence on the front line and just stops this payload, burnt off at almost a minute so far. Phoenix Tears looking for that gravitic flux, tries to pick up a couple, gets at least one, and 2 goes through there. Sushi Roll once more the victim of the tank brutality at the end of it. Maverick going to fall shortly afterwards as he was forced to take a couple of steps forward to avoid that. And Stage Hazards, they keep the momentum going. 2 minutes left, they've got themselves a couple more.
Really nice ring there from Kitsune, helping Phoenix just get right on top of Sushi Roll to secure that kill. Might not have secured that otherwise, and the team fight can get really drawn out because that rally was almost at the ready. And in this mode, it would have been a matter of 1 second of healing. So a couple of ults available here. They start with the overclock.
Overclock from Lexodian, yet to find purchase into this fight. I'm going to get taken down by the counter here by Kuragari's. And now the big open space going to prove Mewaku gets stunned out of it. Has to try and drop back frantically. Instead, Maverick takes control, eliminates Phoenix Tears, who was left behind. And Tiro standing alongside, going to fall down. So Stage Hazards, they get pushed back and just comes down to a DPS diff. Sorry, Lex. I had to say it once.
Oh, ruined. Caster bias, no bias. Kurugari. I mean, honestly, you just read the names and you would expect it to be way worse than it is. Lixodian actually not having too bad of a time here.
I agree.
Kurugari's prowess on the DPS role, but a lot of pressure here building on the right-hand side. We so seldom see action up here, Altruism. It's the Ringmaster's return brings with it a great many new things, and one of them is this pool on the side of this map that nobody's ever seen before.
And this is big. If they can actually take control of here and give Kuragari that shooting range down to the below, but Risen not going to give it up without a fight, building up again towards that bowler shots, and it's once more Maverick left now with a nano boost to take the toe-to-toe duel with Phoenix Tears, absorbs a lot of damage and isn't pushed off just yet. Tira once more lights up that and actually gets a double kill. There's the shield bash. They've taken possession of the high ground and barrel stuffing this at the end, gets the third at the end. That's the player game. Please, can we give that to Tira? Been doing a phenomenal job actually on this break.
Big bowler shot, doesn't find any kills. No, it doesn't. Kiriko on the point, but not going to stop the cart from rolling through. All even up in every sense of the word. 1 minute left on each side. Just like I suggested, it's hard to finish this map. Both teams getting to that third point, or getting to the second point rather, with 3-ish minutes on the clock. Both teams only capping in overtime. So really, really difficult map to finish, but both teams getting it done. But it's all even Stevens now. A single meter could win you this map at this stage, Altruism. And a single team fight is what it comes down to potentially.
Single team fights, and it's amazing because that front lane really comes down to almost the first pick, and both these teams have shown pick-based lineups. So a good shot, Kirigari coming off from an angle, Mewaku finding, if he does go back to the Farah, a good couple of bursts on someone unexpected could change us around. But Risen really, as the series has gone on, has shown more and more proficiency with that Freya, and has been a sublime to watch, I must admit. So I don't know, but everything hangs in the balance here. Stage has given themselves the shots to close this out.
They have. It really is all to play for. Kind of a battle of the paper defenses in a lot of ways, at least until that third point. Lixodian has dropped off here. I presume, Altruism, you heard what you said about him, and he's logged off and he's sprinting over to your house to come give you what for. I don't know where he lives, so it could be a very long sprint,
Quite far.
But rage empowers a human to do a great many things that people would consider unnatural. So I think if you hear a knock on your door, Altruism, don't answer.
Checking his laptop nicely.
Fingers crossed he comes to his senses before he gets too far down the N2 and runs back towards his PC so he can rejoin us here. Otherwise, worst case, we might have to get a sub in or something, but hopefully not. Lixodian has worked so hard throughout this game to be kicked out at the 11th hour like that. But it's been an interesting map, actually. Very interesting. Different looks from each team. Funnily enough, both teams running the Ram on the defense, wanting to brawl it out. Both teams finding decent success with the Ram. But at the end, it feels a little bit like Stage has had the better of the engagements, right? Yes, there's a minute on the clock for each team, but there was a long overtime grind from Mind Your Business at the end of that. And if you take that into account, it was a much faster cap for the Stage Hazard. And in general, they just looked a little bit sharper on this map, bailed out a little bit Mind Your Business by some big kills from the likes of Risen. Looking at the compositions now, though, as we take a look at the scoreboard, a lot of damage across the board from the top 3 players, and no damage from Lixodian, bro. Maybe you were right, Altruism. Actual fraud.
That's actually rude. I would have never said that about Lexodian. He's my buddy. So Like you said, though, considering the lineup that he's going up against and the angles and proficiency of people like Kuragari, he's done a great job. We've seen him a couple of times. He had his opportunities, and as Lixodian does, finding some time to play some music for his team, inspires them with the battle cry, and the Bard takes the stage, looking once more for his shots on this, and a bit of a change comes up. Risen going for the Genji now, looking to really threaten the background. Oh, early shots, only just manages to duck behind cover there. Lets loose a shot of their own, saved by Nova Queen, and going to be happy with that long-term teammates there and their support of it. Sushi Roll, though, has been caught out so often, and that we said that those early picks could be the differentiating factor. Maverick now without that extra bit of support, only just managed to tuck into cover, and Risen is eliminated there as the rest of the team had to retreat.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate that Maverick copped all the damage he did there, because it kind of isolated Risen in the mix there. If the Maverick had been able to put the pressure on at the same time, they might have been able to pick up a kill. And with the spawn advantage, even if you trade out, you'll take that as the attacking team. Big trouble here for Mind Your Business. They've lost Lix, and they've got 8 seconds left. Their tank is low HP, so he might not be able to buy a ton of time on point, but they've got the Nano Boost at the ready, and that'll help him build towards that annihilation as well.
Yeah, and Nano Boost is all that they really need to be able to at least hold this presence here for a while and get everyone back into it. But I'm so surprised Risen has actually gone to the Genji. With Tira playing so well on the Brig on the other side, you've given yourself a difficult job at the best of times, and now it's just proving to be too much. Eliminated time after time. Maverick does have up that annihilation, and it's going to be fighting into Phoenix Tears, Gravitic Flux. What he's managed to do is pick up the support kill and get Psycho's cooldowns well enough to be able to stay alive. So less survivability coming out here for Mind Your Business, but at least going aggressive. They've lost their second support. Sushi Roll, not exactly sure what you were doing up there on the high ground. Maybe looking to back out. Risen, who does have that Dragon Blade, picks up Waku with it, but there's no one left on the payload, unfortunately. The rest of Mind Your Business flattened where they stand, and the Stage Hazards have put up a very challengeable distance to try and get to.
I thought they could have had that there. Risen was so close to getting 2 kills in the corner there. One player able to stay alive just that tiny bit longer on point, and they might have been able to close that team fight out. But Stage Hazards, man, they looked untouchable on that attack. Yes, there's not a lot of time to figure out what you want to do here as Mind Your Business on that attack, but Stage Hazards never really looked like losing that until the very last moment there. So credit to them. They've looked excellent here. And really, most of that came down to Kuragari finding a lot of key picks before teamfight started. We saw actually from Lix's perspective right at the beginning the effect of that. Even if he doesn't find a kill, he kind of dominated Lix in that engagement, forced him to take evasive action, forced the supports to put healing into him, and that put Maverick on the back foot for the whole of that opening phase. So yeah, it's the power of having a long-range hit scanner outputting a lot of damage.
And it's kind of nice to see Kuragari starting off on the Sojourn for that reason, because as much as we want to see the Widowmaker from Kuragari, it's just not getting through the wall, and they kind of pictured that Maverick was going to go for that defensive Ramatra. And so it allows them to now just flex around, a little bit more mobility on it, the slide getting you in and out of positions. Now it's going to be the duel of these Sigmas actually on the front line as Maverick swaps away from Ramatra for the first time, and now it looks to try and hold some distance. He realizes how important this is. It's a nice rock into the side, but Mewaku is in a good enough spot, even going to be able to pick up the health pack and rejoin this again, put pressure from all the different angles. That's a nice anti-heal grenade, but not followed up in time. And Maverick, he's on top of the payload, but he doesn't have a lot to work with, and eventually gets taken down. Kuragari once more, the one to do all the damage. Mewaku ends up falling as well, but they've got the payload, they've got the spawn advantage, and they can just keep pressing the advantage. Someone's going to touch. It's up to Risen. They're going to also have Lixodian trying to slide optimistically onto the point. Risen does well actually to maintain here. Lixodian gives out, but Risen is just too...
Hello?
Okay, yep, there we go. Eventually the big had to get involved. It gets cleaned out. Stage Hazard's going to take map number 3 and not even going to get to see another capture the flag. What a disappointment, because that was fun to watch, but a 3-1, as close to the sweep as we could have gotten, but it is at least not that. Kuragari, no, it should have been Tira. I'm sorry, should have been Tira.
Yeah, but you called this when it happened, the player of the game here. I was actually going to say, I wish we knew the surname of Kuragari and Mewaku, because this was 5 kills between the brothers.
Yeah.
So it really is a shared play of the game here. But impressive stuff from the blue team there, from the stage hazards. They really struggled in the series we watched earlier, but they came back firing here, and they looked a better team pretty much from map number 2. And map number 1's kind of a gimme, right? It's kind of
Yeah.
a weird one. So really impressed with the way they came back in that series. Once they were able to pick their heroes and actually formulate compositions, they looked very good. And credit to the whole squad, they're contributing at different times.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to that age-old adage of it's not about like how many heroes you can play in a mystery heroes. It's about who you can play well, and when you get the opportunity to play those. I mean, there's a quote from Bruce Lee about that. I fear not the man who's practiced 10,000 kicks. I fear the man who's practiced one kick 10,000 times. And Kuragari on a Sojourn is one kick that he's practiced time and time again. Phoenix Tears on the Monkey. I mean, didn't get to see it in that last map, but in the rest of the series, that was a terrifying, gigantic ape to be sitting on your face.
Yeah, especially with the Primal Rage, and it's good that he was so good with that, because that was a mode where you really benefited from getting value out of the ultimate. So him being able to find multiple kills with that on multiple occasions was a real boon for the stage hazards, and kind of pushed them to teamfight wins that they might have struggled to secure otherwise. So really impressed with that Kings Row performance, and it kind of flipped the momentum of the series on its head in a big way, and put them in the driver's seat. And that was kind of a big part of what made them look so dominant on Capture the Flag, is that they came in there with a plan, they came in with confidence, and they executed it perfectly, and they made that map look completely unbalanced. How long did it take? Like 2 minutes, and it was all done and dusted, because they just got those 3 caps like it was nothing, and they never really gave a Mind Your Business an opportunity to even figure out how the mode worked before it was all said and done. So credit to the stage hazards there. A really all-round solid performance.
Fantastic. And it begs a very difficult question for us, Sun Phoenix. Now, who do we even give man of the match to, or player of the match to? Because everyone really did a great job. Kitsune was fantastic at keeping everyone nicely topped up. There was a differential in terms of the healing, especially when on the other side you had people like Nova Queen, who was trying to put out all the healing that they could, but the targets were split too often. To me, Tiro was phenomenal in terms of Brigida, because we so often see Briggs being resigned to a defensive role, kind of like waiting back to stop someone's engagement, but was very much on the front foot, charging up with any of the DPSs. I don't think we'd give it to Kuragari's Tracer, personally. But other than that, otherwise, the one that comes to mind is Phoenix Tears putting paid to that wonderful new Instagram argument about what would come out on top, one giant ape or 100 men. Apparently, you're going to need a couple more men there, friends.
Yeah, 100 men would have struggled to kill Phoenix Tears in that, but in a lot of those team fights. Look, I'm torn between two players. I think Tira looked very good on the Brigitte. I think carrying over her performance from their previous series as well, where she played that kind of tank role very effectively. Whenever Phoenix Tears did go down, she would very naturally move into the front line and provide that space for her team. And we saw her get into the opposing backline a couple of times, most notably on that final point of Circuit Royale, where she just kind of bullied the enemy supports into the dirt. So very effective. But again, I'm going to have to be a bit boring and pick the main tank. I think Phoenix Tears was the tip of the spear for his team. He was a big part of their victory today in this map, and really impressed with what I saw from him. A player that's been around for a long time, has never really had that kind of standout performance that makes you take note. But this was that. Once it's all said and done, yes, it's the Ringmaster's return, but we're all playing with the same rules in this series, and he looked the best I've seen him look in a long time. So really impressed by Phoenix Tears' performance here on the Winston, on the Sigma, and on the Diva.
I think that's absolutely fair, because you're right. It's very rarely do we get to see the tank lighting up the kill feed. It's normally just about the tactical game of taking space and securing opportunities for everyone else. But Phoenix Tears was a force to be reckoned with on their own. Stalled it out, nearly threw it away by giving away second point on Kings Row, but was, like you say, a tactical play the whole way through. So fully in control of the series, and well done to Phoenix Tears and the rest of the stage hazards, picking up their first victory in the tournament. So going to be keen to see how they do for the rest of it. But the rest of it continues tomorrow because that is our last match of the day. So we hope you've enjoyed the chaos as much as we have. I don't know about you, son, but I saw your availability. You're also going to be around tomorrow, so you're going to see both of these wonderful faces. We'll bring Licks back in and any of the other casters who's excited. I know a couple of them were sitting out today. So a big shout out to them, and we look forward to it again. Socials are all there. You can go find us and say hello and welcome and thank you. But also a big shout out to production. Taryn has been phenomenal in the background here. Peach doing all the work to set up a lot of the stuff. Don't know if he's going to make an appearance tomorrow, but we'll let you know if he does because we all love Peach. He's wonderful. But guys, that brings us to an end for tonight. Go have a good rest. Get up nice and early. First game kicks off at 12 o'clock tomorrow. We take it every 2 hours on the hour up until the last game starts at 8 p.m. as this one did. But otherwise, have a good evening. We'll see you then. Bye.
Come and get it.